Yushindan-s were not rare in the super old sacred city, so Chunxiang was not afraid that he would not be able to buy it. Yushindan-s were not rare in the super old sacred city, so Chunxiang was not afraid that he would not be able to buy it. Go back to that shop. How about I buy some third-grade immortal Yushindan? The effect should be even better. Ji Linger said. Chunxiang shook his head. I have just grasped a second-grade immortal Yushindan, and if I go to refine a third-grade spirit pellet, I will definitely fail many times before succeeding. After I have refined this for a period of time and become familiar with the other second-grade immortal pills, I will then be able to start refining the third-grade immortal pills. Ji Linger and Chunxiang came to the pill shop last time. When the old man saw them come, he was not as enthusiastic as last time because he had almost completed a huge business deal last time. You too, are you here to buy medicinal ingredients or immortal pills? Out of politeness, the shopkeeper asked with a smile. Last time I bought 1,000 Yuling bamboo shoots. There were too many failures, and I could only concoct a few pills. Although it took a lot of time, it was still quite worth it. Chunxiang laughed, hearing his words. He knew that Su Yin still wanted to buy more Yuling bamboo shoots. The shopkeeper sighed and said, Why would there be a need for that? It would be better to just buy a large amount of immortal pills. It would save you a lot of trouble and allow you to break through in a short period of time. Chunxiang smiled and said, The road of cultivation is very normal after 10,000 years or so. I also do not need to save that bit of time. How much? The shopkeeper asked. For Chunxiang to have this kind of mentality, it was indeed not bad. Of course, if he knew about Chunxiang's abnormal pill refining speed, he wouldn't think this way. I want 4,000 gold coins, the same price as last time. I don't need you to give me any extra. Chunxiang stretched out 4 fingers and laughed. The storekeeper took a light breath. I can only release 1,000 of them. A while ago, someone just happened to buy a large amount. It might take some time before the goods will be available. Ji Linger, who had been silent all this, suddenly asked, Someone is sweeping the goods. And we still have a lot here, but you should know that we need to leave a large portion of the storefronts. Otherwise, if others come to us and we cannot afford them, it will harm our reputation. The shopkeeper explained. Chunxiang had run a medicine shop before, so he understood a lot about it. Many of the first, second, and third grade immortal grade in the sacred transformation arena have already been bought. Don't you know about what happened a while ago? Ji Linger said as his brows knitted together. Did something happen in the sky? Someone is actually spending so many holy stone-s to sweep away so many medicinal ingredients. When this happens, there will usually be powerful individuals who start their own sections. Isn't that obvious? We'll know who it is after a while. Ji Linger and Chunxiang left the shop and went to another store. In the end, they could only gather 1,000 Yuling bamboo shoots. I'm still 2,000 Yuling bamboo shoots. It's not enough. Chunxiang sighed. If only he knew who the buyer was. As Chunxiang walked on the street and muttered softly, he saw that Ji Linger had suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked towards the end of another street. There was a portrait of a beauty painted on it. It was Ji Linger, and there were a few words written on the side. This was actually a bounty for Ji Ling. They said that Ji Linger colluded with outsiders and stole the 3 million gene Holy Stone S from the Ji clan's Holy Stone mine. But in the end, they did not know what was going on. Chunxiang sent a sound transmission to her. It seems like Ji clan does not dare to spread the matter of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Moreover, they think that I have kidnapped you. I can't stay here anymore. I have to find another place. Ji Linger pulled Chunxiang and quickly left the place. Why? Chunxiang was a little doubtful. I'm afraid they have other ways of finding me. Ji Linger said in a serious voice, We can't go back to that place. Go to the Heaven's Sacred District. It's safe there. They won't dare to casually capture me. Ji Linger had told him about the Heaven's Sacred District before. They were all experts who had completed the 9 transformation saint. As long as they did not break the rules of the super old sacred city, if anyone tried to kidnap or kill someone inside, they would all be severely punished. However, entering the Heaven's sacred district required one to pay 100,000 kilograms, and one could stay there for 100 years. Through the transmission array, Ji Linger and Qin Xiang arrived outside the Heaven's sacred district. This Heaven's sacred district did not have a tall and big wall surrounding them, but there was a very powerful barrier around them. At this time, Qin Xiang was standing outside the transparent barrier, and he could feel how powerful it was. If he tried to break through, he might turn into dust, which would cause him to suddenly think that there was a large amount of energy source array bases in the Heaven's sacred district. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying barrier. It was the entrance to the Heaven sacred district. From afar, the bronze door looked very grand. There were a few old scars on it, as though it had been attacked countless times, and it was filled with an ancient aura. The streets were pious and clean, but it was not as lively as the other places. After all, those who could enter this place were the strongest people in the capital, and their numbers were limited. There was a small house beside the huge bronze door. Jilinger brought Qin Xiang and walked over, as she took out 200,000 holy stone and shouted to a middle-aged man inside, "Give me 2 pa-ss, a drop of blood!" The middle-aged man took out 2 bronze tablets and threw it on the counter. Jilinger cut his finger with his dagger and dripped a few drops of blood, causing the bronze tablet to glow green, and then floated towards Jiling. Qin Xiang was completely bewildered. He didn't understand why he would do such a thing. "Quick, drip some blood," Jilinger urged. When the big-sized man saw how weak Qin Xiang was, he knew that it was his first time here. He then explained, "After you bind it with blood, this bronze tablet will be your pa-s, and it will be effective for 100 years. Once a 100 years has pa-s said, the energy will disappear, and if the law enforcement saint finds out that your plate is ineffective, he will chase you out. Also, if you die in the Heaven's sacred district, the enforcement hall will immediately sense you. If you are in trouble, you can also use the bronze plate to call for help. The enforcement saints near you will immediately rush over to save you." Qin Xiang did not expect this item to be so high-leveled, and quickly dripped with blood to buy it. The 100,000 holy stone-s are not for free. It is equivalent to paying a protection fee. However, if they are famous villains, if they are recognized inside, their fates will be the same. Jilinger thought for a while, took out another 200,000 kilograms of holy stone, and said to the middle-aged man, "Buy another 2, and use it to prolong your life in the future." Jilinger used up 400,000 kilograms of holy stone. In the eyes of this middle-aged man, it was considered very extravagant, because normally saints would take 100 years to gather 100,000 kilograms of holy stone, and quicker ones would take several decades. Jilinger used up 400,000 kilograms of holy stone. In the eyes of this middle-aged man, it was considered very extravagant, because normally saints would take 100 years to gather 100,000 kilograms of holy stone, and quicker ones would take several decades. Qin Xiang knew that Jilinger had bought them for Su Meiyao. In the future, he could bring them out to shop, and he wasn't afraid of danger at all. This made him feel very grateful. Jilinger knew that Qin Xiang could earn a lot of holy stone-s in the future, which was why she was so straightforward. In truth, the Heaven's sacred district was only the rich district. Anyone who could enter here did not care about the 100,000 Jin holy stone, and there was of course a small portion of people who entered in order to avoid the powerful enemies. Most of the things here are very expensive. Back then, I worked hard here for a long time, but I only managed to create a very small cave. Jilinger brought Qin Xiang and walked towards the large mountain in the distance. She saw Qin Xiang's strange expression and explained, "You should be able to see that there are many mountains in Heaven's sacred district, and there are also many caves there. Even if it's for us poor people, it would be very safe inside those caves. Don't worry." Chun Xiang looked at the tall and big stone buildings that rose from the ground in the middle of the Heaven's Sacred District. That place, Chun Xiang asked. Don't even think about it. That place is outrageously expensive. Buying a room would cost several tens of thousands of kilograms of holy stone. Some of the more expensive houses might not be able to buy them without hundreds of millions of kilograms of holy stone. Ji Linger lamented. Chun Xiang was a little confused. These things are so expensive. Then why would your Ji clan be angry over those 3 million holy stone? For a large clan, there is no shortage of these holy stone. Ji Linger led Chun Xiang towards the large mountain and explained, Ji clan can only earn a few tens of millions of kilograms of holy stone every 100 years, and it still needs a large group of people to raise and maintain many array formations and barriers, and it itself also needs to be accessed a bit. So 300 holy stones are still very important to Ji clan. It's equivalent to him being taken away by a few million kilograms of holy stone for 100 years. Do you think they would be in a hurry? Chun Xiang nodded. So, your Ji clan can't even be considered a great clan of Tindu after all. Ji Linger sneered. If it wasn't for the wealth of those old fellows' descendants, our Ji clan must have an estate here. In these past few tens of thousands of years, it was those little brats who had tormented Ji clan to such an extent, yet they were so harsh on me. And thanks to my own hard work, I managed to get myself ranked 12 on the Saintess list. If Ji clan had been willing to support me behind my back, I would not have had a problem getting in the top 3. Ji Linger's voice was filled with resentment. Chun Xiang laughed. Seems like you also want to enter the Saintess list. Your father is the patriarch of the Ji clan. Why doesn't he help you? Ji Linger sighed. Don't mention it, he's not going to speak alone. He wants all the elders to agree, but there are only a few elders on my father's side, so it's useless. Humph. She snorted unwillingly. Originally, I was the worst amongst the group of holy maiden, and was even wanted by the Ji clan. Those holy maiden all had the support of a large clan, and most of them are in the most luxurious area of the Heaven's Sacred District, while I can only live in the cave. I have to see the people from the Heaven's Sacred District to choose a holy maiden, so I don't have a chance. Chun Xiang chuckled. You previously said that you don't care about the holy maiden, so it turns out that you care a lot, but I didn't expect that you would have to use your father for the holy maiden selection. It wasn't really that big of a deal. Ji Linger snorted. I don't care, but I originally wanted to bring honor to the Ji clan. Who would have thought that by sticking close to a cold beauty, I would be met with the supercilious looks of all the elders. More than half of their sons are doing well in the Heaven's Sacred District, buying many businesses. Only then are they getting these holy stones that have secretly taken over the Ji clan. Now, Chun Xiang more clearly understood why Ji Linger had deviated from the Ji clan. Moreover, it was a very good opportunity, and the development now was even better than what she had imagined. Chun Xiang followed her to the stone mountain and came to the front of a cave. She took out a jade key and opened the cave stone door, releasing some restrictions, and brought Chun Xiang in. This cave dwelling was beyond Chun Xiang's expectations, better than he had imagined. In the center was an exquisite little hall with 2 doors at the side. There were 2 stone rooms inside, one for the bedroom and the other for the training room. How much did you buy here? Chun Xiang looked at the large luminous pearl at the center of the hall and said with a smile, Not bad. I bought it with 80,000 kilograms of holy stone. Ji Linger laughed and said, If you are willing to, before long, we can buy a luxurious house in the central region. Chun Xiang curled his lips. Is there any use in buying those things? It's more important to raise my strength. Moreover, I still have a lot of things to do in Nine Heaven World. It's not that much of a use, but there's a sense of superiority in that place. Think carefully. There really isn't any need for that. Ji Linger giggled. If you have a large number of holy stone, it would be more useful to buy high-quality immortal pills. With absolute strength, You shouldn't be afraid of others looking down on you. Chunxiang bent down and laughed. With absolute strength, you will not even be afraid of your enemies in Heaven, Sacred District, and that will be very fun. That's asking to die. When Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu came out of the ring, Ji Linger gave them the 2 bronze tags so that they could fuse and drip blood. Meiyao, you guys follow me. I will buy some pretty clothes for you guys. Ji Linger pulled Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu and was about to leave the cave. Chen Xiang anxiously shouted, "Is this really all right? I'm a bit worried." Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu never left Chen Xiang's side, which made him extremely worried. "Then don't concoct pills. Just come with us. If something happens, just hide them," Ji Linger said. Just like that, Chen Xiang followed the 3 girls to the Heaven Sacred District, where they rented a carriage. Chen Xiang was in charge of driving the carriage, and the 3 girls were chatting inside. It had been a long time since they last went out for a stroll, and furthermore, they were in a place with a forest of experts. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, who did not have any strength, were still a little worried, but they believed in Ji Linger's strength. When they came out to take a breath of fresh air, Chen Xiang was also very happy. The horse carriage stopped outside of the city. No one was allowed to enter on this type of carriage. They could only walk or ride the required flying magical equipment. In order to prevent trouble, Su Meiyao and the other 2 girls had disguised themselves to make themselves less conspicuous, while Chen Xiang, dressed as his follower, followed behind the 3 girls leisurely. In order to take into account Chen Xiang's feelings, Ji Linger planned to first bring Chen Xiang to the medicine store to see if he could buy any grade 2 immortal Yuling bamboo shoots. Chen Xiang's group had weak overall strength, but some people did not think that it was so. Everyone here had some skills. Maybe it was just to disguise themselves. Chen Xiang's group had weak overall strength, but some people did not think that it was so. Everyone here had some skills. Maybe it was just to disguise themselves. The building was over 60 stories tall, but it was relatively short in this area. The entire building gave off a feeling of being made of stone, like it was made of steel. It was pitch black, not like a pill seller at all. However, this was indeed a medicine store, and it was owned by a large family. Coming here, Chen Xiang understood why he chose to build a Heaven Sacred District here. It was because the Holy Spirit Qi here was much denser than in other places. Cultivating here for 100 years, it would last for hundreds to 1,000 years. In the middle of the first floor of the Myriad Treasure Store was a large pill furnace. It was placed there like a small house. There were white flames burning inside, but no one could feel the heat. "I have someone I know here," Ji Linger whispered to Chen Xiang and the others. "Even if you're ident. 1. Tai is exposed, you don't have to worry." Chen Xiang was a little worried that his possession of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword would be exposed. Hence Ji Linger told him this. Here there were many chairs. Chen Xiang, Bai Yuyu, and the others sat down and waited, while Ji Linger went to a young man in charge of sending messages. Very quickly, a beautiful middle-aged woman came down from the stairs and brought Ji Linger up. Chen Xiang and the others waited for a while, but Ji Linger came back soon after. "What did you find out?" Chen Xiang whispered. When Ji Linger returned, he had been frowning and knew that there would be no good news. This is going to be difficult. The old man was right. There will be a new power rising up soon. And in order to recruit people with potential, we have gathered a large amount of medicinal ingredients, allowing a large number of alchemists to refine them. Before long, they will be able to gather a large amount of medicinal pills, and at that time we will be able to find a lot of seedlings with good potential. Ji Linger sighed. "Then what about here? Are they for sale?" Chen Xiang was more concerned with this. "No, all of the first, second, and third grade immortal grades medicinal herbs have been swept away in one go. Now all that is stored in those stores are just stock, and if they wanted to support their reputation, they would not sell it. Unless you offered a high price, it would not be worth it." Ji Linger shook his head. To be able to buy such a large amount of medicinal herbs in one go, Chen Xiang must have used a lot of holy stone-s Do you know who bought it? Su Meiyao asked, her beautiful eyes flickering with a bright light. If we can contact them and get Little Scoundrel to help them refine the pellets, they might not even need to return the favor. Hearing Su Meiyao's suggestion, Ji Linger immediately understood what she meant. She wanted Chen Xiang to refine pills, but normally only one would be given to him. I know. The Holy Maiden bought them. These 3 women used to be in the top 3 of the Holy Maiden. They were all my mortal enemies. Ji Linger said in displeasure. Their strength should be on par with yours. This way, they can start their own sect. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. According to his guess, that person should be a very strong person. Of course, it wasn't them who established the sect. It was the person behind them. It seems to be their master. It is said that she is an extremely powerful old woman, a grandmaster who knows how to refine saint weapons and is extremely powerful. Ji Linger said again. Qin Xiang said, just tell me the location and I will go myself. They should be needing a large number of alchemists right now. Chen Xiang glanced at Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and they both nodded, as they were willing to temporarily separate from Qin Xiang. All right, I'll definitely protect them. Ji Linger knew the feelings between Qin Xiang and Su Meiyao. This was the first time in many years that they had separated. After receiving the address from Ji Linger, Chen Xiang bid his farewell to the 3 women and then arranged to meet at a place. Because they were inside the Heaven's Sacred District, Chen Xiang was more at ease. Before, when he was on his way here, he had seen a few law enforcement saints, and he could feel their valiant auras from afar. They were all extremely powerful, and would not hold back against people who broke the rules. If the law enforcement saints could not handle this, it would be when an elder came out from the law enforcement hall. Qin Xiang walked for more than an hour before arriving at a tall stone building called the 3 Sunsets Pavilion. At the moment, there were many people queuing up from the inside of the building to the outside of the street. They are all alchemists. Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. The strength of these alchemistes were not weak. Most of them were saints who had completed the 9 revolution saints, and the flames in their bodies were extremely strong. However, the unintentional release of the hot air from these people's bodies made the entire street feel hot. Quite a few alchemists walked out of the building. They looked dejected, and just by looking at them, one could tell that they did not pass. Qin Xiang stood at the back of the group and patiently waited, but his arrival caught the attention of many people because the aura being released from his body was too weak. People of this level should be in the sacred transformation arena, but holy stone-s that came to this place should come from some small and medium-sized forces, so no one underestimated him. They just felt that he shouldn't have come. In this place, the difference in strength was one of the criteria for evaluating the pill refining level. There were so many rankers who had completed their transformation into saints that they were unable to pass. Thus, in the eyes of many people, Qin Xiang was just not able to pass the Tri-Aurora restaurant's examination. The 3 Aurora Pavilion was also selling medicinal pellets, but it suddenly stopped during this period of time. It was still buying medicinal ingredients from many large pill stores in super old Sacred City and was currently recruiting a large number of alchemists. Previously, Ji Linger had told Qin Xiang that the ones in charge of managing this matter were 3 powerful holy maiden, and they had also created this 3 Aurora restaurant. Qin Xiang waited from day to night until it was finally his turn. The recruitment examination was also held throughout the night, which showed how urgent 3 Dawn Tower was. Qin Xiang was brought to a pill refining room. During the examination, he would definitely need to concoct a batch of pills and finish it within the specified time, and then he would be able to pass. But there was only a chair here, and a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red dress was sitting there. When she saw Qin Xiang, she slightly frowned her brows. She never thought that alchemist who had such strength would also come here, but she did not say anything. What kind of pills are you good at? The woman in red asked. Within her beautiful and bright eyes, 2 bright red flames suddenly appeared, startling Qin Xiang. The other party's flames were extremely strong. actually causing the flames in Chen Xiang's body to become restless. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and suppressed the strong flames in his body. This was because all of the alchemistess in the past could not pass her test, and now she did not underestimate Chen Xiang. This was because the majority of the alchemistess that could control such powerful flames all had fire so less, and had to undergo many types of tempering before being able to obtain them. This was because all of the alchemistess in the past could not pass her test, and now she did not underestimate Chen Xiang. This was because the majority of the alchemistess that could control such powerful flames all had fire so less, and had to undergo many types of tempering before being able to obtain them. Currently, I am only at the second rank of the immortal realm. I can be considered to be more proficient in this kind of pill. Chen Xiang suppressed the flames in his body that were about to explode and said indifferently. The red-clothed female nodded her head and stood up. She cleaned up everything, indicating that Chen Xiang should sit on a clean carpet in front of her. This is a second-grade immortal Yuling bamboo shoots. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. If you feel that it's not good, I can help you exchange. The lady in red was suddenly very curious. She wanted to know what Chen Xiang's alchemy level was and how weak his strength was. But his control over his flames was stronger than many strong warriors. Satisfied, seeing that the Yuling bamboo shoot's quality was not bad, Chen Xiang nodded his head. Pill refining will require some time. Will this be delaying you? The lady in red smiled slightly. It's all right. It's not like I'm the only one in charge of the exam. Besides, many alchemists won't be able to pass the previous stage. Chen Xiang sat on the soft white carpet and took out his Yanlong furnace, preparing to refine it into a Yuxian Dan. Previously, Ji Linger had told him that the 3 holy daughters of the 3 Aurora Pavilion were called Hongxia, Zixia, and Baixia. They were all martial sisters, and their master was a very famous ranker who was extremely rich. As for the red-clothed female in front of him, Chen Xiang felt that she was the holy daughter of Red Clouds. Chen Xiang felt that the power exuding from her body was as strong as Jiling. Red Dawn was not sitting on a chair, but was walking around Chen Xiang with her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Xiang, who was seriously concocting pills. Although Chen Xiang knew about this, he was very calm. At this moment, someone lightly knocked on the door and Red Dawn shouted, "Come in." The one who entered was a woman wearing a white tight suit. She was dressed very simply, as if she wanted to fight. This woman in white looked somewhat similar to the Red Clouds, which made Chen Xiang think that she should be the White Cloud Holy Maiden that Ji Linger mentioned. The 3 holy daughters of the 3 Aurora restaurant were actually 3 sisters. Third sister, what's going on here? Nothing happened for so long. The White Clouds came in and saw someone was concocting pills. She asked, "What pill is he concocting?" The Red Cloud pulled her to the side and whispered, "A second-stage immortal Yuxian Dan. Although he is very weak, he has very good control over the flames. Even the Holy Spirit fire in my body is unable to interfere with his flame's emotions. And this sort of thing rarely happens. He seems to be able to easily resist my interference." "Ah," Baixia exclaimed softly. "How is that possible? Your Holy Spirit fire is so powerful. Even some of the famous Dan Immortal find it difficult to resist her. But this brat—" "That's right, he said that he can refine second-stage immortal stage Yuxian Dan. But his current cultivation is not high, not even immortal becoming realm. So I want to see second sister, explain to big sis. Don't let her think that I'm slacking off." Hongxia said with a smile. He would need at least a day to refine a Yuxian Dan. "All right, now you can be openly lazy." Baixia wrinkled her nose and chuckled. After Baixia left, the red light continued to turn around Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had heard their conversation just now, and it looked like he was concocting pills seriously. However, he was on guard at all times, unable to hide anything from him. "Little naughty dragon, wake up! What is a Holy Spirit fire?" Chen Xiang used his divine sense to call Long Shui, who was sleeping soundly in the ring. After a few consecutive rounds, Long Shui finally woke up in a daze. With half-opened eyes, he said, "Anyone who has this fire soul can use sacred fire, but this is only one of the special characteristics. Even more amazing is that people with this fire soul can use their emotions to infect the flames or fire soul in other people's bodies." "What's the use of that?" Qinxiang asked. "It's extremely useful. It's equivalent to directly controlling the flames in another person's body, making the fire soul and flames in another person's body listen to their orders. Not only that, it's useful for beasts as well as naturally formed flames." Long Shui sobered up. "You've met a guy with this kind of fire soul." "That's right. She's still around me, a woman." After Qinxiang finished speaking, he told her in detail about Red Cloud's ident. "One tie." Long Shui laughed. "You better be careful. The Holy Spirit Fire's spirit is very strong. If you get targeted, it will be very troublesome." Hearing this, Qinxiang was a little worried in his heart. If I were to be targeted, what kind of trouble would there be? I don't even have a fire soul anymore. I have already fused with the other things in my body, so I should be fine. This sacred flame has another miraculous characteristic. If you have a very strong fire soul, as long as the Holy Spirit fire catches some of the soul remembrance of the fire soul in your body, the Holy Spirit fire will imitate your fire soul. If she can record 10 types of soul remembrances, she can transform into 10 different types of soul pets and use different types of flames. Long Shui chuckled. But this woman doesn't seem to have met with a fire soul that satisfied her, so now, what will happen? Qinxiang anxiously asked. "You only know a few methods to capture your soul remembrance, and this will usually make you suffer a bit." Long Shui said. Qinxiang suddenly had a worry in this regard. Right now, the red clouds was wandering around him, making him feel uneasy. While he was deep in worry, he suddenly felt a warm jade hand on his cheek. He did not use a transformation technique to change his appearance, so his overall appearance was still pretty good. Being touched by the red clouds, Qinxiang felt good, but he was more worried. He opened his eyes and looked at red clouds. Hong Xiao's hand was still on his perspiring face. She didn't think that Qinxiang wouldn't be so focused on concocting pills. She had thought that Qinxiang would be completely unaware of his surroundings. "Miss, what are you doing?" Qinxiang opened her eyes wide, looking at Red Dawn's beautiful face that carried a trace of awkwardness. "I'm wiping your sweat." Hong Xia anxiously took out a silk handkerchief and blushed as she wiped the perspiration off Qinxiang's face. "Thank you." Qinxiang forced a smile and said, this was the Red Holy Daughter who was ranked in the top 3 of the Holy Maiden ranking. She was actually helping him wipe his sweat, but he couldn't help to feel happy in his heart. He felt that he was like a lamb who was targeted by a female wolf. Red Cloud softly laughed, but she was a little puzzled. "Are you very hot right now? Why do you keep wiping more and more? You shouldn't be afraid of the hot stuff." Of course Qinxiang was not afraid of the heat, but he was afraid of her, since the difference in strength was too great. If this Hong Qi made a move on him, he could only surrender without holding back. Qinxiang looked at her while he refined the pills. He was distracted during the process of concocting pills, and was even able to keep the furnace from exploding. Qinxiang looked at her while he refined the pills. He was distracted during the process of concocting pills, and was even able to keep the furnace from exploding. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Qinxiang's strange expression, as though she was afraid of something, Hong Xia asked, "This. I don't know if you are the legendary Red Sunlight Holy Maiden." Qinxiang asked carefully. Red Cloud smiled sweetly. "I thought you wouldn't recognize me." Qinxiang forced out a smile. "I didn't know him in the first place, but just now, when your second sister, Holy Maiden Baixia, came in, I just thought of it. I didn't expect that you two would actually come personally and do such a thing. You are quite calm. Many people who see us sisters are not like you." Hong Xia seemed to understand why Chen Xiang was suddenly sweating. I apologize here, because I'm used to being cautious in unfamiliar situations, so I heard your conversation just now. I have also heard the rumors about the Holy Spirit fire. That's why I'm worried. Chen Xiang revealed the worry in his heart. He could tell that this red cloud holy maiden was not one of those unreasonable evil women. Hong Xia giggled and wiped the sweat off Chen Xiang's forehead. You were worried that I would eat you, since you have a very strange and complicated fire soul in your body. I do have an idea to imitate your fire soul. But if it wasn't your wish, I wouldn't have been able to do it even if I had to. If I wanted to imitate your fire soul, you first need to have no thoughts of resisting and let my fire soul's consciousness enter your body, merge with your fire soul, and then have a period of fusion. This process won't be that easy. Hong Xia explained with a smile. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. You scared me to death, but to be able to get Big Sister Holy Maiden to wipe my sweat, it's worth it even if I get eaten. Red Cloud giggled and said, You talkative brat, refine the pills properly. If you do well, I will arrange everything for you in the future. Sister Hong, can you let me refine all the grade 2 immortal Yuxian Dan? Chen Xiang asked. He felt that this woman was not bad, although she was An. Oh, Blee Holy Maiden. She did not have that kind of high and mighty attitude. Instead, she was easy to approach and was very beautiful and very gentle to people. This is a little difficult. Although we are in charge of purchasing the medicinal ingredients, we are not in charge of them. Red Cloud softly sighed. If we 3 sisters were really that capable, we wouldn't have come out all day to do these chores. There are still many powerful people above us, so we 3 sisters have to listen to them. Chen Xiang was a little surprised. He did not think that the 3 holy maiden ranked in the top 3 would be as impressive as they had imagined. He felt that the reason Red Dawn was able to tell him all this was to give him some sort of signal. This made him even more curious about the great power that was about to be established. If you pass S, you can choose to join the big sect that we are about to set up. If you perform well, there will definitely be a lot of preferential treatment. The red clouds continued. I only wish to refine some pills and get some compensation. I have no intention of joining any other powers. Chen Xiang then lowered his voice. Sister Hong, is there any other way to help me refine a 2nd-grade immortal Yuxian Dan? I will give you some compensation when the time comes. Although she had the powerful fire soul, her fire soul was not suitable for refining pills. On the other hand, Chen Xiang felt that her looks were similar to Ji Linger in terms of earning Holy Stone S. Interesting. Tell me, what kind of reward can you give me? Also, why are you refining a 2nd-grade immortal Yuxian Dan? Red Dawn squatted beside Chen Xiang and looked at him with interest. Chen Xiang asked, What is the standard for refining a level 2 immortal Yuxian Dan? What do you want in order to qualify? Red Cloud immediately replied, If you want to refine 1 Yuling bamboo shoots, you have to produce one of high quality. Chen Xiang laughed. If I can refine 2 pills, then the rest can belong to me. Right now, the pill furnace was already in the core formation stage. It was just that Chen Xiang had yet to separate the BAL. As of air, if everything was settled, he would condense more pills, prove his strength, and then combine with the red clouds to secretly make a profit. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, Red Cloud suddenly understood. You really can do it. Hong Xia asked in a low voice, If that's the case, you can take 1 extra. Chen Xiang laughed. How can I accept it? I will give some points to you. But the condition is that you have to buy me the chance to refine a large amount of Yuxian Dan. After saying that, the Yanlong furnace started to sway. When the red clouds saw it, their faces were filled with surprise, which meant that it had entered the core formation stage. Then you have to show me your ability. Red Cloud said, You'll see. Chen Xiang smiled confidently. Using the array inside the Yanlong furnace to speed up, Chen Xiang could do it much faster than usual. Furthermore, He was very familiar with the way to refine Yushin Dan. He spent a total of about 8 hours to do this, and it was only with his full strength that he was able to do this. Before, she had noticed that Chen Xiang was not ordinary, especially the control over his flames. Done. Seeing Chen Xiang keeping the flames, Red Cloud asked in shock, because this speed could be said to be extremely fast, and only the most outstanding Dan immortal could achieve this. Open the pale furnace and take a look. Chun Xiang nodded. Red Cloud personally opened the lid of the pill furnace, and a warm breath came out. A white light, accompanied by a medicinal fragrance, drifted out. When she looked carefully, she thought that she had seen wrongly because there were 5 Yushin Dan-s in the pill furnace. Is this true? Red Cloud took out the Yushin Dan-s in disbelief. 5 white Dan King-s laid quietly in her jade palm, emitting a gentle white light and a sense of warmth. It was obvious that they had just come out of the furnace. Now you should know why I wanted to refine Yushin Dan. I originally wanted to buy the ingredients myself, but who knows when you bought them all. Chun Xiang said helplessly, "Can we work together now?" The more powerful Dan immortal can at most refine 3 of them, but you can actually refine 5 of them. Chen Xiang laughed. The specifics are very complicated. You only need to know that I can refine 5 Yushin Dan-s in one go. If you help me, I can get the task of refining a large amount of Yushin Dan-s. I will continue with the Yushin Dan to increase my strength, so I can't share too much with you. Chen Xiang said, "Right now, I only know how to refine Yushin Dan." Only by eating a Yushin Dan would Red Dawn be able to verify the authenticity of these Yushin Dan. She still didn't quite believe it. Only by eating a Yushin Dan would Red Dawn be able to verify the authenticity of these Yushin Dan. She still didn't quite believe it. After eating, she had no choice but to believe that the Yushin Dan that Chen Xiang refined was of good quality. He was definitely a genius in alchemy, causing her to have a yearning for talent. I'll try my best to help you fight for it. The speed at which you refine Yushin Dan is that fast, so there's a high chance that I'll get my big sis and second sis to help out again. Red Dawn had given 3 Yushin Dan-s. Chen Xiang and their cooperation had already started. You have to tell your sisters. Chen Xiang asked. They are my blood sisters. If there's anything good, I'll definitely think of them. Don't worry, I've been with them for a long time and we have great trust in each other. I know they won't leak this out. Red Cloud said, "You can come back tomorrow. You can go back for now." Red Cloud gave a plate of Chen Xiang. This was the proof of Pa-s, sing the examination. Right, what's your name? Red Cloud suddenly thought of this matter. Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang was not afraid to reveal his name, and the only person who knew him was probably Jiling. And remember to come tomorrow. Don't forget, I will help you fight for it today. Red Cloud reminded him. Chen Xiang nodded his head, then left the 3 Aurora Pavilion with a good mood, and returned to the cave that Ji-Linger bought outside the city. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu followed Ji-Linger as they strolled around Heaven Sacred District, buying a lot of things. Linger. Chen Xiang knocked on the stone door of the cave and shouted. Ji-Linger opened the stone door, and after seeing Chen Xiang, he asked, "How is it?" "Let's go in first." At this moment, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were arranging the beautiful clothes that they had just bought. Ji-Linger invited him to sit down and poured some sweet spring water for them. The one who is in charge of interviewing me is the saint daughter of Red Clouds. Chun Xiang said, "It's actually her. She's the Holy Maiden rank 3rd, but I heard that they're preparing to withdraw from the Holy Maiden election and focus on taking care of the sect their master created." Ji-Linger replied, "The results are right. It could be said that everything went smoothly." Chen Xiang drank a mouthful of water. These were all things that Ji-Linger and the others had just bought. It was so satisfying that Chen Xiang trembled a little. It's just that some things that I didn't expect happened. The 3 Sons Holy Maiden is one of the 3 sisters. She is not as impressive as she looks on the surface. She should only be considered as a lowly servant, slightly better than the others. Chunxiang said, "So they do not have the authority to let me refine a large number of Yuling bamboo shoots. Then you cooperated with them in order to win them over." Su Meiyao could tell immediately. "I'll cooperate with Red Dawn so I can refine 5 Yuxian Dan for her to see. After that, I can give 1 pellet to her each time in exchange for that." Chunxiang looked at Jilinger and asked, "How are the 3 sisters?" Jilinger said seriously, "Their people are not bad. They helped me before, but when I killed the holy beasts, they insisted on having the beast pills and gave me that broken corpse. So in the end they had some conflicts, and when they were ranked in the top 3, they even beat me up a little." "That's good." Chunxiang nodded. "Apart from these, nothing else has happened. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to talk so fast." Asked. Red Cloud was a holy daughter, and although Chunxiang was pretty good-looking, she was still a kid with a low cultivation. Then Chunxiang told them about the Holy Spirit fire. "So that's how it is. Red clouds can't settle your fire soul. No wonder she's so interested in you." Jilinger laughed. "You might be in some trouble." On the contrary, Chunxiang didn't think so. He felt that the Red Cloud holy woman was very good, making him feel close to her. Furthermore, the Red Dawn holy maiden had said that they had to agree on something. "Linger, do the 3 of them really have no status at all?" Chunxiang asked curiously. "Their strength is about the same as me, and they are only in the top 3 of the holy maiden. I have been so poor, but at most they are only a little better than me. Hearing you say this, I feel that behind them is not only a single master, but also a large group of people." Jilinger snorted. "Women do not have absolute strength here. What status do they have?" "I will be concocting pills there. You guys stay here and have fun. After I break through, I will think of a way to earn some holy stone." Chunxiang said, "Are there enough holy stone-s?" "Enough. I won't cultivate for now. If I just buy some small things, I won't be able to use them all." Jilinger looked at Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. "I will bring them for a good stroll around here. Don't worry and go back to concoct pills. Come back. When it's about time, I'll help you cultivate." The next day, Chunxiang arrived early the next day. With his jade tablet, he very quickly saw the red clouds. Red Dawn brought him to a secret room. With a face full of smiles, he could tell that everything was going smoothly on her side. "This is 7,000 Yuling bamboo shoots. You can slowly refine it. When the time comes, don't forget about me. We 3 sisters had great difficulty obtaining it." "Hong Xiapa-s," said a storage bag to Chunxiang. Chunxiang received it and nodded with a smile on his face. "Sister Hong, wasn't that sect founded by your master? You should have a lot of power." Chunxiang asked. "It was created by our martial uncle. My master was only invited to join, and those with more authority are all my martial uncle's people, and my martial uncle's disciples, including our senior brothers, are all more powerful than us 3 sisters. Not to mention my martial uncle's trusted elders. We are just doing odd jobs." Hong Xia sighed helplessly and said, "Moreover, the rewards are very low as well. If necessary, they would let us marry out and form some connections with some of the big powers." Chunxiang said in shock, "You guys can also endure it like that. It's fine if your master wants you to marry him. But that senior master of yours has a H-I plus TTY relations. H-I plus P with you guys. It's not like he's the one who raised you. If it really happened, we would probably end up like that Jilinger. However, Jilinger is much better. He would have taken away at least 150 kilograms of holy stone. If I need any help later, I can provide some." Chunxiang laughed. You should start concocting the pills properly. I won't bother you any more. If you need anything, just come find me. I will stay here forever." Red Cloud said. Hong Xia thought highly of Chunxiang, and Chunxiang also thought highly of her. This was because she had the Holy Spirit fire in her body, so she might be able to become a strong female fire emperor in the future. Chunxiang had opened the array formation for this secret room, and was unable to open the door from the outside. This was because he had some skills that could not be seen by others while he was refining pills. 7,000 batches. Looks like I'll have to use Dewan refining method. If not, who knows how many years I'll have to refine it. Chen Xiang looked at the mountains of Yuling bamboo shoots. After refining, he would have more than 20,000 pills. In a situation where he was unable to purchase a Yuling bamboo shoots, he felt that this transaction was very worthwhile. In order to complete the mission quickly, Chen Xiang had to use his utmost strength to release 3 magic method furnaces, adding his own Yanlong furnace and his 7 stars treasure furnace. There were 5 in total. In order to complete the mission quickly, Chen Xiang had to use his utmost strength to release 3 magic method furnaces, adding his own Yanlong furnace and his 7 stars treasure furnace. There were 5 in total. Even so, he could only refine 15 batches a day, which meant that he had to refine a total of 7,000 batches. It would take a very long time, especially for the other alchemist. Chen Xiang still found it slow, but that was only for him. For the people of this sky capital, concocting so many furnace pills was a very normal thing to do, even if they used it for a dozen or 20 years. Now, not only did he have to control the 5 pill furnaces to refine pills, he also had to absorb the Holy Spirit Qi inside the holy stone around him and then condense the creation divine liquid in his mouth. Chen Xiang would repeat the same thing every day, but it wasn't much to him because he was basically earning holy stone S right now and was also raising his cultivation level. He was already very satisfied with it. Just like this, day after day, more than a year had said. The Yuling bamboo shoots S given by Red Cloud had all been refined into Yuxian Dan S by him, and because he had to control 5 pill furnaces to refine immortal grade 2 pills at the same time, the difficulty was extremely great, and he also needed a lot of strength, so he failed for a total of dozens of batches. However, compared to the time he had used and the number of pills he had produced, the tens of batches that had failed were not worth mentioning. He did not come out. He opened the stone door of the secret room and could not help but sigh with emotion. He did not expect that after the time he was refining pills, such a long time had said, and he was a little worried about by Yu and Su Meiyao. It was the first time that Chen Xiang and the girls had been separated for such a long time. He couldn't wait to confirm the 2 girls' safety. Red Cloud was just like usual. She spent all day here, examining those disciples and alchemists who wanted to join their sect. When she saw that Chen Xiang had arrived, she let someone replace her. "Can't you stay any longer? Come out for some fresh air." Hong Xia asked with a smile, and immediately poured Chen Xiang some good tea. Red Clouds was still wearing her fiery red clothes as before, but now she was wearing a red suit that made it easier for her to fight. It seemed like she would occasionally use 1 or 2 moves when she was testing someone else. "It's only been a year. What is there to stay for?" Chen Xiang laughed and took out 2 storage bags, throwing them at Red Cloud. There were 7,000 Yuxian Dan inside, and they failed for a few dozen batches, but that's for me. After Red Cloud received it, she was stunned for a while. The 7,000 Yuling bamboo shoots, in just a year's time, had all been refined into Yuxian Dan. This is too surprising. Red Clouds took a while to react before exclaiming. Chen Xiang laughed. "Right now, I want to eat those Yuxian Dan. After my strength increases, I can go even faster. You must come and find me when the time comes." She did not expect that in just over a year's time, she would obtain 7,000 Yuxian Dan and sell them for free. If she were to use her own abilities to earn a sum of holy stone, it would probably take many years. Chen Xiang hurriedly left the 3 Aurora restaurant and went to Ji Linger's cave. A year's time for strong people like Ji Linger was equivalent to a month's time, so when she saw Chen Xiang, she was not too excited. Instead, Su Meiyao threw himself into Chen Xiang's embrace and hugged him tightly. They had left Chen Xiang for so long, and they were not used to it either. They could not help but miss Chen Xiang. "Check and see if they're missing anything." Ji Linga laughed. Chen Xiang grinned, kissed Su Meiyao on her cherry lips, and then walked into the hall. "What are you doing these days?" Xiang asked curiously. He had Ji Linger take out some delicious things. He had been refining pills over a year, eating some pills every day, and he also had to condense Creation Divine Liquid S, so his mouth was always bitter and bitter. Bai Yu said, "Just playing everywhere, eating everywhere. This Heaven's Sacred District is truly a good place." Xiang laughed. "Are you unwilling to leave?" "There is one thing, but we still have some important matters to attend to in Nine Heaven World, so we will definitely come back here in the future." Bai Yu brought up the matter of the Nine Heaven World, his expression heavy. Xiang naturally knew that they were going for revenge, but it might be difficult for them because they had been unable to raise their strength for many years, but their enemies had become even more powerful. "Don't worry, the matters of the Nine Heaven World will be resolved soon. I will become even more powerful here," Xiang said firmly, then looked towards Ji Linger. "I already have over 20,000 Yushindan. I can now start to cultivate. I must break through this time." Ji Linger nodded his head. "I will do my best to help you. After I finish consuming all these Yushindan, when the time comes, I think the other pill shops will have a batch of them too. I just don't know if the 3 Aurora Pavilion will send anyone to clean the shop." They also missed Long Shui a lot. Because Long Shui was a dragon, she was also worried that she would be targeted by some strong people after he came out. That's why she didn't have any intentions of coming out to take a look. After Ji Linger closed up the cave, he and Xiang entered the secret training room and helped Xiang cultivate. "Linger, you powerful holy maiden, how do you usually earn holy stone quickly?" Xiang asked. He was a little curious about it, because Red Cloud seemed to be lacking a lot of holy stone S. Just 7,000 of them was enough to make her excited. "I've said it before, if you want to be fast, you have to kill saint beasts, or try to get the job of managing the mines. Otherwise, if you were to do some small things in the clan, it would be hard to get a large number of holy stone." Ji Linger sighed. "Forget about us women. Even if we were men, it would be the same. Unless we have a powerful father, it would be difficult for us to live a prosperous life. In that case, do you also rely on yourselves to obtain your cultivation resources?" Xiang continued to ask. "Every once in a while, a family or sect will hold an exam, and they will be able to obtain rich amounts of cultivation resources in an excellent way. However, there's usually something fishy about this exam, and if there's no one behind you, or if you're not good enough, there's a high chance that you won't have any excellent results." Ji Linger placed both of his hands on Xiang's chest and injected a strong and thick energy into her, suppressing the 100 of Yushin Danes in Xiang's body to erupt at the same time. "We all have real ability, so we can always obtain relatively rich resources during the exam, but it still can't compare to those guys with powerful backers. Because my father is the clan leader, he is being watched by many elders, and none of them dare to secretly help me. So if they find out, we'll have to follow the family rules and deal with it." Ji Linger's voice was filled with helplessness. "Although we have relatively strong powers, we will never receive too much attention. We just think that when you're useful, we will still pay a little bit more attention to you." "Is the 3 Sons holy maiden like that as well?" Xiang asked. "Is the 3 Sons holy maiden like that as well?" Xiang asked. "Right now, it seems that they should be, otherwise they wouldn't need to be so busy. Those things were originally unsuitable for them to do, but they were forcefully given to them. If they truly have status, they should be cultivating in a very good environment right now." When Ji Linger thought about how these 3 holy maiden were similar to her, his heart inexplicably felt much better. Xiang could tell that Hong Xia was dissatisfied with her current situation, so he wanted to rope her in. He only had that thought, and didn't know what he should do exactly. In just 3 months, Xiang had completely digested all 20,000 Yushindan. This was all thanks to Ji Linger's help, as he constantly released his energy at all times to help him cultivate. This made Xiang secretly feel grateful. Ji Linger stood at the side, adjusting his breathing and recovering. However, Xiang was still sitting there, compressing the energy in his dantian. The several tens of thousands of kilograms of holy stone beside him had already turned into ordinary white stones, and all of the Holy Spirit energy had been absorbed by him. When Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu came out from the ring, they saw that Chen Xiang was on the verge of a breakthrough. Previously, when Chen Xiang ate the 5,000 Yushin Dan, he had already stepped into the intermediate stage of the Immortal King stage. After eating all the Yushin Dan, he had a lot of promotions. Adding the large amount of Holy Spirit Qi he absorbed, he already had the conditions to break through to the late stage of the Immortal King stage. Chen Xiang was currently enveloped by a silver-white mist, and his body continued to emit waves after waves of extremely rich Holy Spirit Qi. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, who were at the side, had absorbed the scorching aura, and they both immediately felt a warm flow of air circulating inside their bodies, which was of great benefit to them. His situation is very complicated, and his cultivation is very different from normal. If it was any ordinary person, and with my help they would have eaten so many grade 2 immortal Yushin Dan, he should not be far from the immortal becoming realm. But right now, he is only preparing to break through to the late Immortal King stage. Ji Linger recovered quite a bit of his vitality as he looked at Chen Xiang with furrowed brows. Previously, Chen Xiang had told her that he had cultivated 5 heaven pellets in his body. The spirit power that was absorbed into it had entered into the beast-type heavenly pellets, making them even more powerful. They rolled around actively in the inner parts of the heavenly pellets, causing the 5 beast-type heavenly pellets to look like clouds that were emitting multicolored light. When the mist merged together, it formed a silver-white energy that overflowed from Chen Xiang's body. Just as Chen Xiang was running his cultivation technique to cultivate, while carefully observing the beast-shaped heavenly pills, he suddenly saw a shocking scene. The 5 small, exquisite beast statue opened their eyes. This kind of eye was like a living beast's eye. It had a bit of spirit qi, and the eyes before was just the kind of eyes that belonged to statues. This really scared Chen Xiang. He did not expect that his 5 beast-type heaven pills would actually give birth to his own spirit qi. At this time, the aura around Chen Xiang's body became more and more berserk, like a ferocious beast that was surrounding him, as if it was going to grab and break him to pieces. What happened? It wasn't like this when I broke through, Ji Linger said in shock. Could it be that he is about to enter the immortal becoming realm? That is impossible. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem to be a good thing. They clearly knew that Chen Xiang's cultivation method was indeed different from that of an ordinary person, and they had no idea what would happen if they were to continue walking forward. There were simply no instances that could be used as reference. He's absorbing a huge amount of Holy Spirit Qi. Ji Linger sensed that the Holy Spirit Qi in his surroundings had become extremely thin, and a large amount of it was sucked out by Chen Xiang in an instant. Seeing that, Ji Linger anxiously took out many holy stones and stacked them beside Chen Xiang. Not long after the holy stone was taken out, 5 illusions appeared on Chen Xiang's body. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and a gigantic beast covered in red scales. These illusions released 5 different colored light. What on earth is in his body? When Ji Linger saw the 5 divine martial holy beasts appearing from Chen Xiang's body, he could not help but shout out in alarm. The spirit qi inside the holy stone was dissipating extremely quickly. Bai Yuyu frowned. Originally that should be an elephant, but now it seems to be evolving. Don't tell me he's going to turn into a qilin. Su Meiyao nodded his head. That's right, it looks like a qilin. Over the years, he has mainly focused on fire and never would have thought that he would turn the divine elephant that is guarding the great earth into a fire unicorn. Chen Xiang was also very shocked by the quick change in his body. This change happened all of a sudden, and in the beginning it was still the beast-type heaven pills that opened their eyes, but in the end they left his body and ran out. He was completely unable to guess what would happen next. What made him at ease was that his current situation was quite stable, and the rate at which he absorbed the Holy Spirit chi had become extremely fast. As long as he continued to operate multiple divine arts, this situation would continue. Seeing that Qin Xiang had gradually stabilized himself, Ji Linger heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like he has really triggered an opportunity. The reason he could directly enter the immortal becoming realm might be due to the Holy Spirit chi that he had converted in his body before. Linger, don't worry. He'll return those holy stone to you in the future. Right now, take them out and let him get past this first." Su Meiyao said, "Do I look like such a petty person?" Ji Linger giggled. In this past year, her relations, H.I. plus P with Su Meiyao had become very good. It seems he still needs a long time to train. Bai Yu said, "Linger, you must continue to suffer." The secret room was not very big, but Chen Xiang needed a lot of holy stone. Ji Linger was responsible for providing the holy stone to Chen Xiang to absorb, so she took out a huge pile of holy stone and arranged the holy stone neatly in a few circles around Chen Xiang. At this time, Chen Xiang had already completely lost contact with the outside world. He realized that the divine sense Si had already lost control of himself and was rolling around non-stop, while his dantian that was covered by the grayish-black mist seemed to be slowly entering the divine sense Si's body. Seeing such a thing happening, Chen Xiang was wild with joy, because this was the sign of the fusion of the Holy Spirit and divine spirit realm. He did not expect himself to enter this stage before advancing into the late stage of the immortal king realm. Looks like I'll have to move my dantian into the divine sense Si from now on, but I'll have to continue cultivating my body. My divine soul and body are both equally strong. Chen Xiang thought. The divine sense Si could be said to be an unreal existence and was only closely related to the brain. However, it was not in the brain. Long Shui had said before that the divine sense Si was inside the divine soul, but the divine soul was actually inside the divine sense Si, and Chen Xiang was confused by what he heard. In the end, he understood himself that the divine sense Si was just a divine soul, and the divine soul was the same as the soul, which could not be seen with the naked eye, just like a light wisp of smoke. The divine sense Si could be said to be an unreal existence, and was only closely related to the brain. However, it was not in the brain. Long Shui had said before that the divine sense Si was inside the divine soul, but the divine soul was actually inside the divine sense Si, and Chen Xiang was confused by what he heard. In the end, he understood himself that the divine sense Si was just a divine soul, and the divine soul was the same as the soul, which could not be seen with the naked eye, just like a light wisp of smoke. But now, Chen Xiang had actually managed to cultivate a divine soul inside his soul, and then a divine sense Si, which made him feel that it was unimaginable that when he entered the 9th cycle of the sacred transformation, everything in his dantian would actually need to be integrated into the divine sense Si. This meant that he wouldn't have a dantian in the future, and his fire soul and thunder soul would all be merged with his divine soul. Moreover, there might only be jade, dragon blood S, and bone soul S in his body, things that belonged to his body in the first place. Chen Xiang really wanted to ask Long Shui, but he couldn't control his own thoughts. However, he knew that Long Shui must be clear about his current situation. At this moment, it was as if he was floating in an ethereal void, and he could occasionally see the beast statue of those gigantic martial spirits. Those 5 giant beasts seemed to be right in front of him, guarding this place. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Xiang realized that his dantian had already completely disappeared. However, his strength had not weakened, but it had become even stronger. He anxiously looked inside the divine sense Si, and suddenly discovered that there were 5 beast statues inside his divine sense Si. The 4 sides were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, and the one in the middle was no longer a giant elephant, but a mighty martial qilin with golden flames spewing out of its body. His divine soul floated above the center of the sky, and was the same size as him. These are heaven pills, right? They have become a little larger. Chen Xiang was pleasantly surprised. His large dantian had already perfectly fused with the divine sensi, but the 5 heavenly pellet beasts were still too young. Compared to his divine soul, they were just like kittens. He observed the 5 heavenly pill beasts carefully and found that there was a light pattern revolving on their bodies, just like B, U, T turflies circling around the beast type heavenly pill. This should be the sage transformation spirit grain that only exists in the immortal becoming realm. Chunxiang couldn't help but ask, "You are now at the first cycle of the sacred transformation realm, with only one circle of the sacred transformation realm spirit grain. These spirit grain are constantly revolving around your heaven and earth pellet, absorbing the energy of the outside world, and then raising the heaven pellet's internal energy." Long Shui said, "Congratulations, you've entered the immortal becoming realm." Chunxiang opened his eyes and saw that the surroundings were filled with white bricks. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "All these were originally holy stone-s and were all absorbed by me." At this time, Ji Linger pushed himself against a wall made of white bricks and looked at Chunxiang resentfully. "That's right. Do you know how many years you have cultivated and how many holy stone-s you have consumed?" This greatly startled Chunxiang, and he anxiously asked, "How long have I trained? Why do I feel that it is only for a few years?" "Not too long ago. It was just over 200 years ago." Su Meiyao walked in and chuckled. She was very happy to see Chunxiang becoming a holy emperor. Chunxiang pulled Su Meiyao into his embrace and gently caressed her back. "Is this for real?" This was the longest time Chunxiang had been in closed-door cultivation. Su Meiyao hugged him tightly and laughed softly. "You have used up all of the holy stone Linger brought from Ji Clan so that we could continue to stay here. Linger even sold some of her valuable things in exchange for the bronze jade plate." "Thank you, little Ling. I'll definitely return it to you." Chunxiang smiled to Ji Linger, his heart full of grat. 1, 2 towards her. Ji Linger laughed. "Your sister Meiyao has already said it. If you don't return it to me, you must P-A-W-N her and you to me. We are risking our lives to be female slaves." By you said. Chunxiang chuckled. "Sister Yu, who would dare to accept you as a female slave? That would be too dangerous. Don't worry, I will be able to pay off my debt soon." Ji Linger wasn't too worried. She and Chunxiang had interacted with each other for so long. They both trusted each other greatly. "I'll go look for Red Cloud. She has a 3-sunset pavilion. With her help, I'll be able to find something to do soon." This was one of the reasons why he had to build a good relations. HI+P with Red Cloud before this. Speaking of red clouds, Su Meiyao and the other 2 girls couldn't help but sigh. Chunxiang had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 200 years, so what could happen outside? He anxiously asked, "What happened to Red Cloud?" Ji Linger sighed. "Even the purple clouds have died. Rumor has it that they were killed by her fellow sect members, right outside Heaven, Sacred District." "What's going on? Can we still find her?" Chunxiang asked anxiously. She was a good person, but seeing something like this, Chunxiang felt that it was not surprising at all. After all, she had lost 2 of her sisters who had been together with her for thousands of years. She's still inside. If she leaves, she'll become very dangerous. Ji Linger said, "I wonder what the 3 sisters did to infuriate an elder of the Super Holy School." Super Holy School is the faction that just appeared, right? Chunxiang asked with furrowed brows. "When did Red Cloud's 2 elder sisters die?" 100 years ago. Ji Linger said, "At that time they were already Super Holy School's elders, and their master's position in the Super Holy School was not low either. No one expected such a thing to happen." Chunxiang frowned and thought, "I'm going to look for her. Something must have happened." Ji Linger stuck out his tongue. "I already knew. You planned to pull her over with us. You are both women. Can't you help each other out? Red Cloud is not simple, The Holy Spirit fire in her body is very powerful. I think it is also because of this reason that she is able to return to heaven, sacred district alive. Chunxiang said, "All right, since there is no blood feud between her and I am very willing to help her. They have once helped me as well." Ji Linger sighed. "I'll bring you to look for her. She should be thinking about how to take revenge now." When Su Meiyao and Bai Yu entered the ring, they also wanted to start cultivating, mainly to cultivate their divine soul, and then use the Holy Spirit rabbit's blood to improve their flesh. Once Qin Xiang was able to get a holy pellet to help them recover their strength, they might very well step into the sacred transformation realm. Chen Xiang hurriedly took a bath and followed Ji Linger out of the cave. Right now, the Red Cloud also lived in these remote mountains. After all, she no longer had a backer, and since there was a grudge between the Super Holy School and herself, they must secretly obstruct her, making it difficult for her to stay in the middle of the Heaven Sacred District. Qin Xiang had originally planned to build a close relations.h.i plus P with a few people who were worthy of him knowing, because he would be coming back to this place in the future. At that time, he would also have someone to take care of them, and his best candidates would be Ji Linger and the 3 sons, Holy Maiden. Qin Xiang had originally planned to build a close relations. H.I. plus P with a few people who were worthy of him knowing, because he would be coming back to this place in the future. At that time, he would also have someone to take care of them, and his best candidates would be Ji Linger and the 3 sons, Holy Maiden. "Linger, when you see her in a bit, be a bit more polite," Qin Xiang reminded her. "I know I'm not the type of person who likes to hold a grudge, but you have to think carefully if you have a relations. H.I. plus P with her, and the Super Holy School finds out it's not a joke. Although this power was just established a short time ago, it's still very powerful. I don't know what methods they use to recruit many powerful families." Ji Linger said in a low voice, "My Ji clan has also joined the Super Holy School." Qin Xiang felt that this was not a good thing. If the Super Holy School had the power to shake the Heaven's Sacred District, what would happen? At that time, they will be able to do whatever they want to steal the holy treasures that are hidden under the Heaven's Sacred District. Ji Linger thought about this, and his heart jumped. There are treasures under Heaven Sacred District. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. The Heaven's Sacred District's Holy Spirit Qi was so dense, it made him feel that there was a dragon vein condensed from holy stone. Thought that it would be difficult for the Super Holy School to succeed. Even if he had that kind of thought, it wouldn't be achieved in a short period of time. Ji Linger looked at the stone door of a cave with great effort. After knocking on it with a bang sound, it created quite a big commotion, and she had already brought Qin Xiang to Red Dawn's cave. The stone door of the cave opened. The red clouds were wearing a simple red dress, and it no longer had its threatening aura. However, she was still very beautiful. Hong Xia didn't recognize Ji Linger, but she did. Earlier, she had been waiting for Chen Xiang to come find her, but so many years had said, and she still hadn't come. Now that Chen Xiang had appeared in front of her, she was extremely surprised and quickly welcomed him. Red light invited Chen Xiang and the Terminator spirit to sit. She smiled lightly. "I don't have any more luxurious places to entertain you. I hope you don't mind." Since Chen Xiang was able to find this place, it meant that Chen Xiang already knew about her situation. She was very touched that Chen Xiang was able to come here, because she was now an enemy of the Super Holy School. "Of course I don't mind. Your place is much better than mine." Ji Linger bit a fruit and looked at the beautifully decorated little hall. It was indeed much better than where Ji Linger was at. Hearing Ji Linger's voice, Hong Xia immediately frowned. She hesitated and asked, "You are Ji Linger?" "That's right. I didn't think you would still remember my voice." Ji Linger chuckled. She took off her makeup and revealed her extremely beautiful face. Seeing the friendly and gentle smile on Ji Linger's face, Red Cloud sighed. "Of course I remember. You two were actually together." The Red Cloud stared at Ji Linger and smiled back. At this time, their past contradictions had already been resolved, and it was not like there was any blood feud between them. It was just a small conflict between women. Chunxiang said, "All these years I was cultivating in seclusion. She was the one assisting me. I know a bit about the past, and that's not a big deal." Hong Xian naturally knew that Ji Linger had always been wanted by the Ji clan. What made her more suspicious was that after more than 200 years had passed, the Ji clan still had not let her go. "Are you two together very early?" Red Cloud asked. "To tell you the truth, it was only with his help that I managed to successfully obtain the 3 million Jin, Holy Stone S, from the Ji clan. However, he had cultivated for more than 200 years and had exhausted most of those Holy Stone S." Ji Linger saw Hong Xia's strange expression and immediately explained, "I'm only friends with him. Not that kind of relations. I plus P don't misunderstand." After Red Cloud heard this, she chuckled and said, "I don't have that kind of relations. I plus P with him, so you don't need to explain." Qin Xiang coughed dryly a few times. "Let's get down to business. What we lack the most right now are Holy Stone. The fastest way to earn Holy Stone is to buy a large amount of medicinal ingredients for concocting pills, and then I'll quickly refine them to sell." Ji Linger looked at Red Cloud and asked, "Red Cloud, how many connections do you have right now?" "There are no longer any large powers going around looking for goods, so we can use a relatively low price to purchase a large amount of medicinal ingredients." Chunxiang shook his head. "I don't plan on refining a second stage immortal Yushindan. The profit from that is too little. And how much are the 2 types of pills?" Hong Xia said, "Although I am wanted by the Super Holy School, but if I am going to buy a large amount of medicinal ingredients, many medicinal pill shops would still give me some face. The medicinal pill shops of the big sects and big clans don't need to worry about how the Super Holy School feels. A grade 3 immortal Yushindan is 100 Jin 1 pellet, which is 10 times more expensive than a grade 2 immortal Yushindan. A Buyuandan is a healing pellet unique to a grade 3 immortal grade. Although the demand is not too big, many people would buy it for defense, and the price would be 200 Jin 1 pellet. Because these are all immortal grade 3, they're not as easy to cultivate as immortal grade 2. Therefore, the price of medicinal ingredients is rather high, and the quant. 1. Tai is not that high." Ji Linger asked, "Chunxiang, you can now concoct tier 3 immortal pills." Chunxiang smiled lightly. "Let alone 3rd stage, 4th stage is possible, but before that, I have to refine some 2nd stage immortal Tianlong Dan that I am familiar with. Can you help me buy them?" Red Clouds. "How many Holy Stone on your body?" "All of my Holy Stone have been used for this brat's cultivation." Ji Linger said in Imbara, meant, "I still have 800,000 pounds. It should be enough for us to use for transportation." Chunxiang said, Long Shui had not eaten anything good for many years, and although she did not make any noise, Chunxiang felt a little apologetic in his heart. Hence, he decided to properly make up for it. Hong Xia came to Ji Linger's side and said with a smile, "I still have over 1 million kilograms of Holy Stone. That should be enough. Let's first earn a few more Holy Stone S and get everyone to buy some high-level pellets to increase their strength." It had been more than 200 years since her 2 sisters had been killed, and she had already recovered from her grief. That was why she looked so cheerful right now. "Sister Hong, can I ask you something about your 2 sisters?" Ji Linger said in a low voice, "If the time comes, I can help. After all, the purple clouds have helped me before." Hong Xia sighed. "Thank you very much, but I would like to do this myself. They were killed by one of my senior brothers, who is also the eldest disciple of my uncle." Chunxiang said, "I heard that your master also took action at that time. Why is that?" "That's right. Right now, many people are guessing whether we have some important information or know some secrets that we shouldn't know. That's why we were killed." Red clouds hung her head. Her expression was full of helplessness. "This is not the reason." "That's right. Right now, many people are guessing whether we have some important information or know some secrets that we shouldn't know. That's why we were killed. Red clouds hung her head. Her expression was full of helplessness. This is not the reason. Chun Xiang saw through something and asked, "It's because of your Holy Spirit fire." Ji Linger was startled. She had indeed not thought about it, because Holy Spirit fire were nothing in her eyes. But now that she saw the red clouds, she knew that Chun Xiang had said it carefully. "That's right, because my senior master wanted my Holy Spirit fire. He arranged for us 3 sisters and that senior apprentice brother to go out and do things, and only when we leave Heaven's sacred district would they dare to take action. At that time we did not know, but after following the senior apprentice brother to their ambush point, they caught us and forced us to hand over the Holy Spirit fire." Seeing Red Cloud's sorrowful face, Linger walked over and hugged her to comfort her. Just as I agreed, Big Sis and Second Sis resisted, and the big senior fought with them. In the end, in order for me to escape, all of them, he self-detonated. At this point, tears were already streaming down Red Cloud's face. Previously, Chen Xiang knew how powerful the Holy Spirit fire was. He didn't think that he would be targeted so quickly. "At that time, your master was there as well?" Chen Xiang asked. "She is no longer my master. I no longer have a master like her. She betrayed us 3 sisters for the sake of a sacred pill." Red Cloud's face was full of anger and hatred. She clenched her jade-like fists and gnashed her teeth. "One day, I will make them wish they were dead. This sort of thing can't be rushed. Take your time and prepare." Chun Xiang said, "You have the Holy Spirit fire. If you use it well, it will allow you to obtain a very strong power." Ji Linger asked curiously, "Why does your senior master want your Holy Spirit fire? I know that the Holy Spirit fire are strong, but how strong are they?" Although Holy Spirit fire-s can't refine pills, they can be used to control strong flames. They can easily control a large amount of natural sacred fire and cultivate in the body, and can also easily fuse a large amount of fire soulless to make themselves stronger. Ji Linger immediately understood. If he can obtain it, then his strength will definitely be many times stronger than normal. When that time comes, the several superpowers in the Heaven's Sacred District will not be able to restrain him, and it will be a disaster for the Heaven Sacred District. What Chun Xiang was more worried about was that Ji Clan would tell Super Holy School about him possessing the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Ji Clan was now a subsidiary power of the Super Holy School. "Big Sister Hong, you should sell this cave and move to my place." Ji Linger wiped away the remaining tears on her face with his thumb. "Yes, Linger." Hong Xia and Ji Linger hugged each other tightly, their feelings for each other becoming extremely deep. After that, Chen Xiang returned to Ji Linger's cave alone. After changing their appearances, Hong Xia and Ji Linger went to handle the matter of refining pills. Chen Xiang himself was in the secret room, forcing out a large jar of Creation Divine Liquid S from his body. These Creation Divine Liquid S were condensed while he was cultivating in his sleep, and because there were too many of them, he swallowed them. I didn't expect that to be so much. Chun Xiang was very excited as he took out the Holy Level S. They were the Jade Dragon Flower, the Holy Lotus Seed, the Blood Ginseng, and the Tian Shan Holy Fruit. Even if there was only one type of medicinal herb, it would still be able to concoct a sacred pill, let alone 4. Chun Xiang could not imagine how powerful the sacred Dan meeting that was made of these 4 medicinal herbs was. 4 copies. Chun Xiang had this plan. If he could find a pill saint, he would entrust him with the task of refining the holy pellet and give him 4 sets of ingredients. As long as he could concoct 3 holy pellets, the remaining holy level ingredients would be his reward. There was definitely a pill saint in Tindu. Hong Xia had said before that her animal master sold them out for a holy pill. "Sister Mei Yao and Sister Yu Yu, you will recover soon." Chen Xiang suddenly became excited. He felt that the moment was getting closer and closer. He used them to make a few immortal grade 4 sacred animal fruits, and then threw them over to Long Shui to temporarily satisfy her craving. As long as he worked hard in the future, he did not lack any, and in super old sacred city he could easily buy them. Red Cloud and Ji Linger returned. They went to buy Tianlong Dan's medicine, and also went to sell Red Dawn's cave. Only over 100 Heavenly Dragon GRA SS. There are 500 grade 2 Immortal Realm sacred animal fruit. It should be enough for you to practice, right? Ji Linger laughed tenderly. I didn't spend much on the holy stone. Buying medicinal ingredients is indeed the most worthwhile. Hong Xia nodded her head. Yes, I bought 1,000 sets of 3rd grade Immortal Grade Yushindan and 1,000 sets of Biyuandan. In total, I only bought 60,000 holy stone. Chun Xiang took the storage bag they said to him and asked, What about the Immortal 4th pin? There are no grade 4 Immortal Yushindan, only other types of immortal pills, but most of them require 2 types of immortal pills as the main ingredient. The price is quite high and there aren't many of them. You have not been able to refine them yet, and it will definitely be very difficult. Hongxia said, Now that you have refined the Yushindan of the 3rd grade immortal, after I sell it, I can make a name for myself. It will be much easier to buy those of the 4th grade immortal. And let's talk about Tier 4 immortal pills later. Come over and sit down. Seeing that the 2 girls were confused, Qinxiang laughed. I want to put S on my techniques to you. It might be of some help to you too. Hearing that Qinxiang wanted to put S the cultivation technique, Ji Linger immediately skipped over to Qinxiang's side and sat down. She had been thinking about Qinxiang's change in technique for a long time. She had already fulfilled her promise and helped Qinxiang increase his strength and stepped into the immortal becoming realm. After Ji Linger sat down, he placed one hand on her forehead, and then, using the secret technique that Long Shui had taught him, he said down the change in technique that he was familiar with to Ji Linger. Very quickly, the image of the transformation appeared in Ji Linger's mind, making her jump into Chun Xiang's embrace in excitement, and she kissed Chun Xiang's lips. Sister Hong, it's your turn. Chun Xiang touched his lips, licked his lips, and laughed. Ji Linger hurriedly ran towards the secret room without even greeting Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang and Red Cloud knew that she was going to train. Hong Xia didn't know what kind of contribution Chun Xiang was going to teach her, but she still sat down. Even if she didn't learn, it wouldn't harm her at all. Chun Xiang had said on the Fire Divine Palace's Fire G.O.D. method to her. This was a G.O.D. skill that the Fire Emperor was known for being a hero in the past, and it was said that the 9 Heaven World did not have it in the first place. After obtaining the Fire G.O.D. method, Red Dawn immediately stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the cryptic chants written above. Just by skimming through, she was able to tell that the Fire G.O.D. method was extremely powerful. This is not my main cultivation technique, but it is very useful to me. I hope you can expand it. Chun Xiang said. Red Cloud was so excited that she took a deep breath and said, Thank you. I won't let you down. Red Cloud was so excited that she took a deep breath and said, Thank you. I won't let you down. This cave was a little small, and Red Dawn was sharing a room with Jiling. On one hand, it could improve their relations. I plus P, on the other hand, it could exchange cultivation experiences. On the other hand, Chun Xiang was concocting pills in a secret room. I wonder how 9 Heaven World is doing. I really want to go back quickly, but if I go back like this, I would be very regretful. Before Chun Xiang left, he planned to buy a large amount of high-level medicine to get a large amount of holy stone and smithing materials before going back. The next step was to refine the sacred animal Dan and the Tianlong Dan. There was no difficulty in refining the sacred animal Dan. He only needed to refine a few batches to master it. This heavenly dragon, GRA. S looks like cotton, but why is it so hard to burn? Chun Xiang felt a headache coming. The sky dragon GRA. S that was like a cotton ball. Every time it used a strong flame to burn it, a bit of its heat would be dissolved. When it dissolved the heat, it used the sky dragon GRA. S's energy, and when that energy was used up, the sky dragon GRA. S would be destroyed as well. If one wanted to refine the sky dragon GRA, one must use a very suitable flame, undergo thousands and thousands of adjustments in a short period of time, and finally know the most suitable temperature for the fire. Every sky dragon GRA. S was different, so every time before refining, one had to carry out this adjustment. Of course, this was something that he needed to do when using the foreseeing alchemy. Chunseong had tried it before, but his foreseeing alchemy was still stuck at the ground-level pill stage, so he failed right from the start. You have to ingest it in the shortest amount of time, or else you won't be able to tame this heavenly dragon GRA. Su Meiyao said. If you use the depurification, then I'm afraid you won't have much time to do it, at least before the heavenly dragon GRA. S releases its heat of energy. Chunseong held the soft and white cotton ball. This was sky dragon GRA. S, no matter how you looked at it, it did not seem to be something related to dragons. That time is too short. It should only be for 10 breaths of time. It seems that I will have to use my strongest divine power and flames to defeat it in that instant. This is my full power attack. Chunseong patted the Yanlong furnace. I don't know if this cauldron can withstand it, but if I make a mistake, it would be equivalent to attacking this cauldron. Now that Chunseong Saint Force had already fused with the GOD power, the GOD power he used to refine the pellet was even more powerful. After throwing the heavenly dragon GRA S into the pill furnace, he immediately concentrated on circulating his divine power. The divine power formed into 2 types. One was the sacred fire, and the other was a spiritual attack. Boom! The pill furnace fiercely jumped up, causing a very strong explosion from inside it, causing Chunseong to jump in fright. What's going on? Ji Linger, who was in the midst of learning the arts of change, rushed over and knocked on the stone door and asked loudly, "It's nothing. There was a mistake during the process." Chunseong shouted, "You guys continue, it's all right." After breaking through, it was his first time controlling so much GOD power. Because he did not control it well, he made a mistake and did not focus his attacks on the Sky Dragon GRA. Instead, he focused on hitting the walls of the pill furnace. The Sky Dragon GRA. S had also disappeared. Mother ***, my divine power right now is too terrifying. Chunseong exclaimed in shock. It was only a change of a saint, but it already possessed such power. Fortunately, the pill furnace was tough enough. Otherwise, the entire cave mansion would have been destroyed by me. You have never fought in actual combat, so you definitely don't know how terrifying your divine power is. If you were to transform into a GOD wind, even those who have gone through the 3rd cycle of the sacred transformation would have to kneel down. Long Shuai laughed tenderly. It is only in this higher realm that you can break through so quickly. If you were in the 9 heaven world, it would take even longer. This time, Chunseong controlled his strength well and weakened it by a lot. He gathered it together and then carefully released the sacred flame to burn it, gathered the invisible powers together and attacked the Sky Dragon GRA. SS. At this moment, the Sky Dragon GRA. S was already being burned by the blazing sun, and under the bombardment of the GOD power, it actually dissolved in an instant, separating into a medicinal powder and a medicine aura. This is way too fast. Chunseong did not expect that in just a few moments, he would have refined the Sky Dragon GRA. S, and following that, it had already congealed into a pellet. Because it was given to Long Shuai to eat, Chunseong did not divide it into many pellets, but instead directly fused them together to create a pellet of extremely high-quality Tianlong Dan. This Tianlong Dan was a little large, and the other pills were all about the size of a peanut, but the one in Qin Xiang's hand right now was like a pigeon's egg. There were a few lines on it, and the patterns looked like dragons bearing their fangs and brandis. Plussing their claws. Let's give it a try. Qin Xiang placed it into the ring and laughed. If it's not delicious, I will not refine it. I will just refine the sacred animal Dan. Long Shui gasped in admiration and quickly said, "The taste is pretty good." Finish refining the remaining sky, dragon, GRA, S, and then leave some to the Flower Emperor to make a bunch of copies. Qin Xiang had stayed here for more than 200 years, and the pace of Nine Heaven World was very fast as well. He did not know what sort of changes would occur after he returned, but he was certain that the Flower Emperor and the others would definitely become stronger. This was because they had come to the sacred region before and knew how weak they were. Because of how special this heavenly dragon GRA. S was when Qin Xiang used the depurification to refine it, his speed was extremely fast. At the moment, he was even trying to use a magic method furnace to refine it, but he was unexpectedly still able to succeed. In order to make use of his own strength when refining the pill, he released even more magic method furnace. In just a few days of time, he had already refined over 100 Tianlong Dan, and what followed after was the sacred animal Dan that he was extremely familiar with, although there were 500 sacred animal fruit. But when he released 20 to 30 of them to be refined at the same time, it would be completed in a short period of time. Qin Xiang was concocting pills in the secret room, and it was isolated from the outside world. Long Shui had something to eat and did not sleep, so he would occasionally check on the situation outside. When Qin Xiang was about to finish refining the sacred animal Dan, she shouted, "A few people have entered this cave. They do not seem to be friendly. Quickly go out and take a look. Super Holy School might have discovered Red Cloud and Linger." Qin Xiang immediately gave up on the 20 batches of pills he was concocting and walked out of the secret room. There he saw 2 familiar-looking old men and an extremely dazzling young man. When Red Cloud and Ji Linger saw them, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces were full of caution and anger, and with a single glance, they could tell that they were enemies. Aren't those 2 the elders from Ji clan? Could that young man be Red Cloud's big senior brother? Seeing him appear, the 2 elders were immediately overjoyed. "This kid is really with you. Haha, I finally found him." A Ji clan elder laughed crazily. Qin Xiang took out a bronze tablet and said, "You guys seem to have barged in. If you don't leave now, I will call you Law Enforcement Saint." Hearing the words Law Enforcement Saint, the expressions of the 3 people of Super Holy School slightly changed. Even though they were relatively strong, they were very afraid of Law Enforcement Sacred Masters. But when Qin Xiang saw that they did not seem to be very afraid, he immediately became nervous. Hearing the words Law Enforcement Saint, the expressions of the 3 people of Super Holy School slightly changed. Even though they were relatively strong, they were very afraid of Law Enforcement Sacred Masters. But when Qin Xiang saw that they did not seem to be very afraid, he immediately became nervous. "Do you want to fight here?" Ji Linger said coldly, "This is the Heaven's sacred district. You had best think about the consequences of being caught by a Law Enforcement Saint." There were 3 people who had come. One of them was an elder from the Ji clan. The other was the big senior who used to be Red Dawn, and the other was an old man. The 3 of them were all very powerful, so Qin Xiang did not think that Ji Linger and Red Dawn were their opponents. "Get the HELL out of my cave abode." Ji Linger frowned. She was also prepared to call the Law Enforcement Saint over. The reason they spent so many holy stone-s to buy that bronze tablet was so that they wouldn't be Hara. S said inside, just you wait." The eldest senior brother thought for a moment. They were also afraid of provoking that Law Enforcement Saint. Just as the 3 of them turned and walked out of the cave, Qin Xiang hurried to catch up. Sensing that Qin Xiang was coming closer, the 3 of them turned around fiercely. They felt a gust of air coming towards them, enveloping them within. This stream of air did not have any offensive power, so the three of them were not too worried, but they wanted to disperse it. Linger closed the door. Chen Xiang suddenly sent a sound transmission to Ji Linger, then laughed coldly towards the three of them. He used his divine power to control the air current and sent it into the three people's nostrils. The three of them were all powerful heaven realm beings, and they had already been on guard. The drunk magical poison that Chen Xiang had just released did not all enter into their bodies, but rather, some of it was absorbed by them, while the majority of it was dispersed by them. When she was guarding the mines previously, she knew that Chen Xiang had used a strong poison to deal with the 15 people. She immediately closed the stone door, not allowing the 3 people to run out. "Are you all courting death?" The elder from the Ji clan sneered. He had already struck out with his palm towards Chen Xiang. At the same time, he released an extremely terrifying heat wave, which seeped into the elder's arm. The elder's sleeves suddenly turned into ashes, and his arms turned completely red. The heat wave continuously emitted from his body. The elder's face flushed red. He did not expect the flames of the red light to be so strong, and the flame that was injected into his arm seemed to want to melt his arm. Ji Linger's reaction was extremely fast. Just as she made her move, she arrived beside Chen Xiang and used her palm to strike at the old man's abdomen, forcing him to retreat a few steps. At the same time, she pushed Chen Xiang backwards, away from the 3 people. "What do you mean? Aren't you afraid of the law enforcement saints?" The Ji clan elder was furious, but he was secretly shocked. This was because the strength of Hong Xia and Ji Linger were not as weak as he had imagined. The 2 of them made a move at the same time, but it did not create any big noise. But the force that they used was not weak at all. The red light was like a powerful flame that was injected into the elder's arm, while Ji Linger condensed his holy energy and pierced into the elder's body like a nail. "Very well, since you all dare to attack us, we have underestimated you all. This is exactly what I wanted." The senior brother smiled sinisterly and took out a holy sword, then said to the old man, "Do it, as long as you capture them and quickly leave the Heaven's sacred district. There is no need to be afraid of your law enforcement saint." Chen Xiang watched from the back, his heart extremely anxious. He had underestimated the strength of the 3 people up till now, and the drunk magical poison had not acted yet. Although it was only absorbed by them a little, as long as they didn't discover it, the poison would gradually spread. Ji Linger and Red Cloud were not weak in the first place. If they were to fight with their lives on the line, even if they couldn't defeat these 3 people, they shouldn't think of easily taking them down. The first senior brother had forced her 2 elder sisters to death in the past. Now, she was ready to sacrifice everything to kill this person. "Let's go." Ji Linger shouted lightly. At this point of time, both sides had high fighting spirit and could not care less about being law enforcement saints. Capture them alive. Red Cloud and Chen Xiang were both important figures. Red Dawn had Holy Spirit Fire S inside her body, and Chen Xiang had Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword S. If they could capture them, the 3 of them would definitely receive a huge reward. However, just as the Super Holy School and the other 2 were about to attack, their faces suddenly changed. They, who had an imposing manner, actually gave up on attacking, instead fearfully dodging Ji Linger and Red Dawn's swift swords. Chen Xiang was overjoyed because the drunk magical poison that he released had already taken effect. The 3 of them had already sensed that the poison was being forced by the Holy Spirit Chi in their bodies. But they realized that the poison was like a huge wave, quickly spreading throughout their bodies. After numbing the Holy Spirit Chi in their bodies, they used their Holy Spirit Chi as nourishment, constantly replicating the poison, allowing the poison to spread very quickly. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than half of the holy energy in their bodies had fallen. They glared at Chen Xiang, and they had already recalled the scene of Chen Xiang releasing that terrifying poison on them. After entering the immortal becoming realm, Chen Xiang used his powerful divine power to control the drunk magical poison to enter the bodies of the 3 people. Little B, A-S, T-A-R-D, what did you do to us? At this time, Linger and Red Cloud had already stopped their attacks, because the three of them were just lying there, unable to move. Chunxiang laughed, then walked to their side. You should not be here. This is your own death. You can't blame people. Do you dare to kill us? If we die, the law enforcement saint will immediately rush over. That Ji clan elder sneered. They still had a sliver of hope in their hearts. Chen Xiang's thigh suddenly flashed with electric threads and fiercely kicked towards the face of the Ji clan elder, causing a burst of piercing electric light to flash out, and exploded out a burst of fled sounds, causing the elder's teeth to fly out. Who said we were going to kill you? Huh. As Chen Xiang laughed, he continued to punch and kick the Ji clan elder, causing the eldest senior brother and the other elderly man's heart to jump in fear, because they had already seen that the upcoming event might happen to them. At the beginning, Red Cloud was somewhat at a loss, not knowing why those three people would suddenly collapse on the ground. Linger explained to her, using sound transmission, letting her know Qin Xiang's secret method. After beating the Ji clan elder until his face was bruised black and blue, Qin Xiang softened his fist and looked at the senior brother and the old man sinisterly. Don't worry, just wait for me to rest for a while. You guys can enjoy yourselves. Hong Xia and Linger would not do such a crude thing like beating someone up, but they were enjoying watching Chen Xiang beat up those three guys. Hong Xia and Linger would not do such a crude thing like beating someone up, but they were enjoying watching Chen Xiang beat up those three guys. What do we do now? We can't kill them, or the law enforcement saints will come. Linger asked. One of them is one of Sister Hong's enemies. Chen Xiang laughed and took out the divine cauldron. Put them inside here, bring them out of the heaven's sacred district, kill them outside, and then destroy the corpses and erase the evidence. What's so difficult about that? Qin Xiang placed the three people inside the divine cauldron, looked at the red clouds, and asked, You should go out with me, and you should be the one to handle the matter of revenge. Although you are just a small fry, it can still temporarily relieve your anger. After changing her appearance, she followed Qin Xiang and left heaven's sacred district, returning late into the night. Qin Xiang and the two girls were discussing in the hall. They were happy that they could kill 3 strong warriors from the super holy school. I didn't expect them to be able to find this place. Perhaps we were too careless and went to purchase so many medicinal herbs, causing their suspicion. Linger said, Maybe it's because of other reasons, but we can't stay here anymore. These caves aren't safe, and there aren't many enforcers around. If we could go to the central area, they wouldn't dare to break in like they did today. Red Cloud said, Buying a house there is very expensive, but in order to be safe, we have to stay there as much as possible. As long as the few great powers that are in charge of this heaven sacred district do not fall, we are safe here. Linger said, Hong Xia and Linger did not have any backers, and being targeted by such a huge being like the Super Holy School caused them to not dare to casually leave the heaven sacred district. We need to buy a normal small residence in the central area. How many holy stone do we need? Qin Xiang asked. It will cost at least 5 million kilograms of holy stone. Although it's very expensive, that place is still beneficial and will be safer. Furthermore, the entire house has many powerful formations and can absorb the large amount of Holy Spirit Qi hidden underneath the heaven sacred district. Red Cloud said, A grade 3 immortal Yushindan is 100 jin. I have to refine at least 50,000 of them. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. The Biyuan Dan is worth 200 kilograms per pellet, but I'm a stranger to it. I'm not sure if there's any value in refining this kind of pellet yet. If he could obtain more than 3 pellets in a single pellet, it would mean that refining Biyuan Dan S would be more cost-effective. Wait for a few days for me to refine the Biyuan Dan. Then I can decide how many herbs I want to buy. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he quickly ran into the secret room and continued refining the sacred animal Dan. He had to quickly gather holy stone and buy a small house in the central area, otherwise he would not be able to refine pills in peace here. Also, if there was a place that could absorb the rich Holy Spirit's power, it would be of great help to him in his alchemy and cultivation. After he finished refining all the sacred animal fruit, he started to refine the third-grade immortal Yuxiandan. Previously, he had rich experience in refining the second-grade immortal Yuxiandan. However, he was gradually getting better. After he had succeeded for 100 of batches, he would be able to use the Dewan refining method and refine many batches at the same time in order to speed up the process of refining pills. This secret room was rather small for him, especially when he used the Dewan refining method. After releasing the dozen or 20 magic method furnace, they practically filled the S.P.A.C. in this secret room. He also wanted a relatively S.P.A. size secret room because he had yet to reach his limit. With the speed of 50 batches per day, he crazily and quickly refined grade 3 immortal Yuxiandan. In just over 20 days, he had refined all 1,000 Yuling bamboo shoots. In total, there were more than 5,000 grade 3 immortal Yuxiandan. When Chen Xiang was refining pills, Red Cloud and Jilinger would often go out to investigate the channels of some medicinal herbs, making it easier for them to buy more in the future. Although Red Cloud had concealed her ident. 1. Now she was proficient in this aspect, so it was easy for her to get on good terms with the big powers who mainly sold medicinal pellets. Chen Xiang sat in the living room, drinking a bottle of sweet fruit juice on the table, waiting for the two girls to come back. He wanted to give the 5,000 Yuxiandan S to them and have them sell them in exchange for Holy Stone S. Jilinger and Hongxia came back. Seeing that their faces were slightly ugly, he anxiously asked, "What's wrong? What grievances did you have with me?" "Humph, even if it's not that super holy school, they actually tried to and ATDH the Yuxiandan's medicinal ingredients from us. They started sweeping through all the Yuling bamboo shoots in the medicine stores again, and the price was very high, almost double the original price." Ji Linger's face was filled with displeasure. "If we buy it at the same price, then no one will be willing to sell it to us, because in their eyes, the super holy school is a big customer. Where did they get so many holy stone?" Chen Xiang was very suspicious of this. He looked at Red Cloud. In the past, Red Cloud was also responsible for buying Yuxiandan as well. "I'm not sure either. I just know that these holy stone were all created by that old fellow." Hongxia shook her head. The old fellow that she spoke of was her original senior uncle, the one who wanted to obtain her Holy Spirit fire. He was currently leader. Chen Xiang tossed over a storage bag to Red Cloud. "These are 5,000 of third-grade, immortal-ranked Yuxiandan." Jilinger and Hongxia were startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "We refined it so quickly." Chen Xiang laughed. "If the place is big, then I will refine it faster. I will then refine the Biyuandan. I wonder if they will buy a large amount of Biyuandan." Of course not, because Biyuandan are more difficult to refine, and even some of the more famous alchemists would often fail. The reason why Super Holy School needs Yuxiandan is so that he can quickly raise a group of outstanding seedlings and quickly strengthen his base. Red Cloud said. Chen Xiang asked again, "Are Biyuandan easy to sell? If you sell them all at once, will it be easy to sell them?" Red Cloud gently smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will help you sell as many pills as you have. Although this kind of pill is not often used, it can help you recover from your injuries." "All right, I will start refining the Biyuandan now." Chen Xiang had just rested for a short while before returning to the secret room to refine pills. Red Cloud and Jilinger couldn't help but admire Chen Xiang when they saw how hardworking he was every day, and in a short 20 days, he had refined 5,000 Yuxiandan. Besides the cost, he had also earned over 400,000 kilograms of holy stone, which for a person with Chen Xiang's strength was extremely impressive. Chen Xiang sat in the secret room, looking at the jasper gourd in his hands. This was the immortal medicine used to refine Biyuandan. It was called jasper gourd. Chun Xiang sat in the secret room, looking at the jasper gourd in his hands. This was the immortal medicine used to refine Biuendan. It was called jasper gourd. Back then, after Yen's island was injured by the Thunder Tao Double Venerables, L.V. Chilian made little Lizzie deliver a bottle of Biuendan-S. Sister Mayao, what's so difficult about refining this Biuendan? Is it about the foreseeing alchemy? Qin Xiang asked Su Mayao. This kind of healing pellet was usually hard to refine. The main reason is that there will be a strong vibration inside the jasper gourd, so in refining it, you have to calculate the defensive power that will be released when the vibration occurs, because that kind of strange vibration can disperse the strong flame. Su Mayao said. Chun Xiang was not surprised at how high-level herbs were like this. He heard that there was a type of immortal medicine that, after obtaining the spirit qi, could even fly in the air and escape the earth. It could even release its power to attack creatures that wanted to destroy him. And this jasper gourd was one of them. When it was being refined, it would produce a very violent vibration. Chun Xiang threw a palm-sized jasper gourd into the Yanlong Furnace S. He had never refined one, so he did not know how intense the shaking was. He released the 5 elements sacred flame. A 5-colored flame surged within the pill furnace, burning the jasper gourd. He patiently and vigilantly waited for the jasper gourd to tremble. After an hour, Chun Xiang suddenly felt that the jasper gourd was shaking slightly. He immediately braced himself, but after that slight shake, the jasper gourd suddenly started shaking violently and even jumped around inside the Yanlong furnace. This was the first time Qin Xiang had encountered such a situation. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately released his divine power to suppress the flying Yanlong furnace, or else the stone room would have been smashed apart. Boom! After the furnace fell to the ground, a violent explosion occurred from the inside of the furnace. The jasper gourd was indeed powerful. He wandered around for a while, and then exploded again. Now he understood why the Biuendan was so hard to refine. This thing is really naughty. Chan Xiang opened the furnace and looked inside. There was no damage inside, which made him sigh in relief. The degree of vibration just now made him worried that the furnace would be damaged. You must know your limits. Su Mayao laughed. I know, but I will also let him know how powerful I am. Chan Xiang took out another jasper gourd, threw it into the furnace, and laughed. Little thing, I coincidentally learned how to refine Tianlongdan. I will use the method to deal with that heavenly dragon, GRA. S right now to you. When he refined the Tianlongdan, he condensed a flame and divine power at the same time, and then poured it all into the sky dragon, GRA. S, instantly dispersing the spirit inside the sky dragon, GRA. SS. Furthermore, the flame which he controlled precisely also exploded with an extremely precise heat and melted away the sky dragon, GRA. SS. This method was named Divine Flames Flash Technique and was able to refine high-grade medicinal herbs within a short period of time. However, he had tried using this method in the Yuling bamboo shoots and other medicinal herbs, but to no avail. Chun Xiang began to condense his spirit energy and flames, preparing to use lightning to finish the jasper gourd off when it was about to explode. If it was really successful, the speed of refining the Biuendan would be faster than the Yuxiandan. Even if there were less pills, it would be very worthwhile, not to mention that it was difficult to find the materials to refine the Yuxiandan on the market right now. It's about to begin. When Chun Xiang saw the jasper gourd, he trembled for a moment and immediately threw his condensed divine holy fire towards it. Like a strand of hair, it charged into the inside of the jasper gourd, and then, like a net, the divine holy fire spread out, disintegrating the jasper gourd from within. Chun Xiang held his breath as he looked at the interior of the pill furnace. He did not know the result yet, but he saw that there were cracks of fire on the surface of the jasper gourd. Just when he thought that he had failed, the jasper gourd suddenly exploded. That was the jasper gourd's medicine. He did not think that it would actually succeed, which made him incomparably excited, because he had grasped another powerful pill cultivating method. This was something that he had comprehended from the heavenly alchemy. It seems that it won't even take 2 hours for me to concoct one furnace. Chun Xiang was extremely excited. If it was him at this speed, he would very quickly be able to live in the center of the small house. Little monster, you really did not disappoint me. Su Meiyao laughed. Seeing that Chun Xiang had refined a jasper gourd in less than an hour, she was shocked, and now she had to see Chun Xiang condense a majority of pellets. Very quickly, Chun Xiang had fused the medicine aura and medicinal powder into one ball of air. He estimated and separated the BALS into 4 groups, which meant that he could get 4 pills, which made him very satisfied. Although it was 1 pellet slower than the Yuxiandan, it was much faster than the Yuxiandan. The price of a pellet was 1-fold that of a Yuxiandan, and jasper gourd's price was the same as Yuling bamboo shoots. Just like before, he was first familiar with it. Only after refining hundreds of batches would he be able to use magic method furnace. During this process, he would also fail, and after knowing the reason for his failure, he would be able to avoid it in the future. Only when he was very familiar with the Biyuan would he dare to use multiple magic method furnace to refine it, because if he failed, it would cause 20 jasper gourd to tremble. An entire mountain would probably shake. He stayed in the secret room for a day and refined a total of 10 batches. He was very satisfied with the quality of the Biyuan and the number of pills produced. Ji Linger and Red Cloud, who went to sell Yuxiandan, had already returned. Looking at their smiling faces, Chun Xiang knew that everything was going smoothly. They were all sold. Chun Xiang laughed. It's rare to see you smiling so sweetly. Did you guys eat a lot secretly? Ji Linga laughed as she walked to his side, gently saging his back. How can that be? We were just selling it at a pretty good price. Because Super Holy School bought a large number of Yuling bamboo shoots, the overall price of the Yuxiandan was raised a little, allowing us to earn an extra 50,000 kilograms of holy stone, and we even managed to get a good relations. HI plus P with one of the 5 great pill stores in Heaven Sacred District. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, to earn an extra 50,000 kilograms of holy stone, and to let you guys be so happy, you truly have no future. Hong Xia laughed charmingly, came to Chun Xiang's side and laughed. Our boss Shin, how much do you think we should earn in order to be happy? Chun Xiang could quickly refine Biyuan, and if nothing unexpected happened, he could quickly refine Biyuan to earn a large amount of holy stone. Chun Xiang could quickly refine Biyuan, and if nothing unexpected happened, he could quickly refine Biyuan to earn a large amount of holy stone. There are a total of 40 Biyuan. Chan Xiangpa S, said the Biyuan he refined to the 2 girls and laughed. Now you 2 can go and purchase the Biyuan medicinal ingredients. Buy as many as you can. I'm going to crazily refine the Biyuan right now. Seeing how confident Chun Xiang was, Red Cloud and Ji Linga knew that Chun Xiang had already captured the Biyuan and was refining it very smoothly. They had already started to calculate that they needed to refine a majority of the pellets in order to buy a house in the central area. If there are a lot of Biyuan, can they be sold at once? Chun Xiang asked. He was more worried about the sales. Seeing the high quality of those Biyuan, they were definitely rare in the market. She patted her chest and said, No problem, we are really big today. Just with this super old sacred city alone, we can consume a large amount of Biyuan, not to mention selling it elsewhere. You don't have to worry about this. We are going to purchase the Biyuan herbs now. You still have a lot left. You should start refining them first. Maybe we will have to quietly leave the super old sacred city to go somewhere else to purchase them. Ji Linga laughed. She had already seen that it wouldn't be long before she would have holy stone that she couldn't spend. Hong Xia and Ji Linger, who had just returned back to their room, only rested for a moment before leaving in a hurry. Chun Xiang could refine a batch of these Biyuan in 2 hours, and after he mastered it, he would be able to use many magic method furnace. At that time, the refining speed would increase by 10 or 20 times. As long as he could endure the loneliness, he would be able to finish refining all of them. He still had 1,000 jasper gourd on him, which was more than enough for him to refine for a period of time. After refining this batch, he would be able to exchange for quite a few holy stone, which was definitely much easier than digging for the holy stone's veins. What worried him the most was that if he sold so many pills in the future, it would definitely arouse suspicion from others and might even harm the interests of some of the big powers. At that time, it would be very troublesome for him, Linger and the others, so he decided to wait until he settled down in the center area and find a strong backer. After 2 days of refining, he had already become very stable. He was able to refine 10 batches of Buendan, and 4 pellets would be produced each day. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, he would not fail too many times. I can't hold it in anymore. Let's try out the magic method furnace. Fortunately, he managed to control it and only allowed 2 batches to be destroyed. The losses weren't too big, and at the same time he grasped the difficulty of refining with multiple magic method furnaces. 7 days pas, said, and Qinxiang walked out of the secret room. When Red Cloud and Linger saw that he had come out, they immediately took out some juice to dispel their fatigue and handed it over. They were very considerate. I'm going to take a bath first. Qinxiang stretched his back. He had been concocting pills for 7 days straight, and his body smelled like sweat. The bathtub was in Red Dawn and Linger's room. They had long prepared that kind of sacred spring water. After Qinxiang jumped in, he gasped in admiration, and the fatigue on his body gradually dispersed. How many jasper gourd have you bought? When Qinxiang saw their coquettish smiles and their light clothing, his heart shook and he really wanted to drag them into the water. 20,000. How many days do you think it'll take for you to complete it? Linger sat at the side of the bath, immersing her snow-white calves and tender jade feet in the water, and continued to shake those flowery white calves beside Qinxiang. The skirt on her thighs had already been rolled up, tightly holding onto the middle of her big white legs, making people want to see it. It was extremely alluring. The most frightening thing was that, like Linger, Red Cloud also rolled up her skirt and revealed her long, white, jade-like legs. She soaked in the water and kicked the water in order to play with it. Qinxiang was soaking in the bath while leaning on the side. Both of his arms were spread out to the side of the pool, and 2 beautiful, holy maidens sat on both sides of him. Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm asking you a question. Are you able to handle 20,000 jasper gourd? Linger's charming eyes flashed as she giggled. It's definitely not a problem to take care of 20,000 jasper gourd, but it's a little difficult to take care of 2 holy maiden. Qinxiang laughed wickedly as he placed his hands on Linger's and Red Cloud's white thighs and began to maw. Sage them. The 2 ladies spat and removed his evil hands. Their faces were red, but they did not feel disgusted. Little scoundrel. She had long known that Qinxiang was not an honest guy, but she had also thought that it was normal since Qinxiang was a man after all. Qinxiang looked wronged. You guys are the bad ones. You seduce me in broad daylight and even watch me take a bath. When you take a bath, you definitely won't let me see it like this. Linger understood Qinxiang better, and she knew a lot about Qinxiang from him, especially some of the more gossipy things, such as Qinxiang's emotional problems. She knew that there were a lot of outstanding women around Qinxiang, but Qinxiang only had 3 of them. Forget about 9 Heaven World. Even if Qinxiang had that kind of abnormal pill refining ability, just by relying on a large power alone, it would be normal for him to have a few outstanding holy maiden, because Qinxiang's speed of earning holy stone was too fast. So who wouldn't want to own such a treasure? Right now, Linger and Hongxia couldn't bear to leave Qinxiang, and Qinxiang was very good to them both. Although his strength was much weaker than theirs, his ability to earn holy stone-s was much stronger than theirs. I remember you saying before that there will be forces plotting to enter the 9 Heaven World this day, right? Qinxiang asked. This is only a legend, but I think that it should be true. The 9 Heaven World is growing up too fast, and will eventually threaten this place, so they plan to suppress the Nine Heaven World before he grows up. Ji Linger said, Super Holy School might have the same idea. Although Nine Heaven World is not as advanced as this place, he still has other rich resources. Otherwise, there would not be a place where he could nurture powers that could threaten this place. Hong Xia leaned close to Qin Xiang and gently pinched his thick shoulders. Qin Xiang gently rubbed Hong Qi's greasy leg, and then slowly moved it to his thigh. Hong Xia only snorted lightly. On the other side, Ji Linger was also not spared. She was only worried that Su Meiyao would be jealous, so she did not take Qin Xiang's hand away. Qin Xiang rubbed the two saintess and said, I will leave this place, but before I leave we will arrange for you to cultivate here with sufficient resources. Maybe in the future you will attack Nine Heaven World, and I will need you to protect me. When are you leaving? Ji Linger was a little reluctant. She moved her jade hand to Qin Xiang's chest and gently rubbed it. Of course, the faster the better, because I have urgent matters at Nine Heaven World. But before I leave, I need to get a large number of holy stone, so that you all don't have to worry about the holy stone and the medicinal pellets. Qin Xiang leaned his head against her chest. Of course, the faster the better, because I have urgent matters at Nine Heaven World. But before I leave, I need to get a large number of holy stone, so that you all don't have to worry about the holy stone and the medicinal pellets. Qin Xiang leaned his head against her chest. The relations H.I. plus P between Qin Xiang and her was merely that of a friend, but they had acted this way for her sake, causing her to be moved. They had lost the support of a powerful force, so it would be difficult for them to live a peaceful life in the super old sacred city in the future. Qin Xiang immersed himself in the D spring for an hour, looking as energetic as if he had slept for a whole day. These are Biyuandan. There should be around 4,000 of them. I have already completed the previous 1,000. Qin Xiang took out a storage bag. If it was in the past, Ji Linger and Red Cloud would definitely have been shocked, because Qin Xiang was actually able to refine this Biyuandan that was extremely difficult to refine faster than the Yushindan. Ji Linger and Red Dawn handed over the 20,000 jasper gourd that they had bought to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang couldn't help but to admire Red Dawn's ability to be able to get her in such a short time, and at a very low price at that. Qin Xiang never asked about Holy Stone S. He himself owed Ji Linger 2 million, but Ji Linger didn't bring it up much anyway. She knew that the benefits Qin Xiang brought her wasn't just 200 kilograms. After the two girls left, Qin Xiang returned to the secret room. The reason he was trying so hard to refine pills was also because he wanted to find an opportunity to meet the pill saint here. If they could come to an agreement, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could quickly recover. Ever since the super holy schools, people had come to find them. Ji Linger and Red Cloud became even more cautious when they went out. Although they cooperated with some of the big powers, those big powers no longer knew where they lived, so this small cave was no longer disturbed. Meanwhile, the super holy school continued to search for Ji Linger and Red Cloud. They seemed to already know that the two holy daughters were together, and Red Dawn and Qin Xiang, who possessed the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, were priceless treasures in the eyes of the super holy school. If they did not go out to buy and sell pills, Red Cloud and Ji Linger would rarely go out and stay in the cave to cultivate. Every time Qin Xiang came out, it meant that they had something to do, and could quickly obtain a large amount of holy stone. Although her cultivation did not increase, she was able to unleash a lot of the power that was hidden in her body, especially regarding the use of the Holy Spirit fire. She knew very clearly that the cultivation method of the Fire D method could not be measured using the Holy Stone, and in her heart she was extremely grateful to Qin Xiang. The change techniques that Ji Linger trained and had made quite a bit of a breakthrough as well. It was able to make her into a variety of people, as well as a few small and medium-sized beasts. They were both cultivating in the same secret room and could see each other's progress. It's been almost 4 months. It's been a long time since I last saw that little scoundrel. I miss him very much in my heart. Ji Linger squatted by the side of the pool and softly muttered while caressing the holy spring that was prepared for Qinxiang. Linger's heart is moved. After the red clouds heard this, they smiled coquettishly and said. Ji Linger rolled his eyes at her, then asked Sister Hong if he can refine a holy pellet like this in the future. Wouldn't that be extremely terrifying? Of course, but the holy level S are a problem. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a pill saint. Hong Xia nodded. I never thought that we would be able to be friends with a pill saint. When that group of old guys from Ji Clan find out, they will definitely regret it until they die. Ji Linga laughed. Red clouds came to her side, pinching her face as she smiled. If his strength is sufficient, wouldn't you be pledging your life to him? Ji Linger stuck out his tongue and asked, What if it was you? Red Cloud did not answer, and the two girls stayed silent for a while. At this time, Chun Xiang's laughter rang out. What are you guys talking about? I think I heard that our two holy maiden beauties have taken a fancy to that family's young man. When Chun Xiang came out of the secret room, he went straight here. Along the way, he took off his clothes and then walked into the bathing pool naked. Red Cloud and Ji Linger heard their conversation earlier from Chun Xiang's ears. She blushed a little and wanted to leave, but Chun Xiang released 2 water vines and wrapped it around their waists, pulling them into the bath. The 2 girls started to cry out. I've been concocting pills for so long that I'm going to die of boredom. You all still don't intend to talk to me. You can't be so cruel. Chun Xiang smiled as he looked at their wet bodies. After the light dresses were soaked, it stuck closely to their jade bodies, outlining their beautiful and alluring bodies. Adding on to that wet long hair, it made Chun Xiang smile even more ruthlessly. D.A.M. and scoundrel, who knew that her waist was already being embraced by Chun Xiang, and the same went for Red Cloud. What made them the most embarrassed, said, was that Chun Xiang's bad hand was extremely agile as he swam towards their chests, invading their sacred snowy peaks. Instantly, in the pool, Chun Xiang, who was naked, was playing with 2 holy maiden in thin clothes. When the sounds of clothes tearing came out, the girl's delicate shout and her endless spring color filled the entire room. After having fun in the bathtub, Chun Xiang also took advantage of the 2 girls. Hong Xia and Ji Linger could only nag him. They did not dare to use their terrifying holy power to fight him, and were worried that they would hurt him. In the hall, it was already easy for the 2 girls. They knew that Chun Xiang had refined a large batch of Biyuan Dan after concocting pills for such a long time, and might even have finished refining the 20,000 Jasper Gourd S. They were going to sell the Biyuan Dan S now. I'll go with you guys this time and pack up as well. We might not be coming back. Chun Xiang laughed. You really finished refining the Jasper Gourd. Ji Linger was slightly excited. If that's really the case, then the business we need to do now will be very big, and we will have a large number of holy stone. The same was true for the Red Clouds. It was hard to conceal the excitement in their hearts. Chun Xiang was actually very calm, because in his eyes, these kind of holy stone were definitely not enough. There are a total of 80,000 pills. I can produce 4 in a single furnace. Chun Xiang Pa S said over 2 storage bag to the 2 of them. Inside the bottles, there were Biyuan Dan S inside, so even if they had to count, it would still take a while. Even Red Dawn and Ji Linger, who were already mentally prepared, couldn't help but be dumbstruck at this moment. If it were Holy Stone S, then it would be over 5 million kilograms. Calm down. Have you decided who you want to sell to? Chun Xiang laughed. According to the 200 gene Holy Stone S, I should be able to get 16 million gene of Holy Stone S. When the time comes, I will use 6 million gene to buy a decent house and buy more 4th grade immortal medicine. Red Cloud took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, we have a good idea of what kind of house you want to buy. Right now you want to sell those Biyuan Dan. There shouldn't be any problems. If that big force could store so many Biyuan Dan, we can't even be happy about it. Chun Xiang changed his appearance and asked, Have you found any news about the pill, Saint? G. Linger shook his head. We can't find anything. Only the leaders of the super big powers will know some clues, but it's difficult for us to get hold of them right now. Chen Xiang said as his brows furrowed. He wouldn't even bother to pay attention to selling those 80,000 Biyuan. The Red Cloud said, To value is to value, but to not appear because the Biyuan is of no help to himself. Just leave it to the elders. What is the name of the power that you have been working with for a long time? Chen Xiang followed the two girls out of the cave. He planned to meet the big shots of the big powers. Divine Feather School is not a match for him. He is one of the 5 great forces of the Heaven's Sacred District. Usually we can only see a few elders, and even if it's an elder of the Divine Feather School, it would be very difficult to see their face. Red Cloud said. Chen Xiang thought for a while. I will find a way to meet him. He felt that the leader of this Divine Feather School should be those people with the same strength as the 9 Heaven World in the past. Ji Linger understood that Chen Xiang wanted to see the Pill Saint because of Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. She was very clear about the relations. H.I. plus P between Chen Xiang and the two of them, and she did not doubt what Chen Xiang had said. There's a large mountain range there, and huge stone towers that pierced through the clouds stood up. Divine Feather School was one of the 5 big powers of the Sky Capital and had a very solid foundation. There were many places in the Sky City where they could mine their holy stone. They could do all kinds of business there. Chen Xiang and the two girls were on the top floor of a stone tower in the Heaven Sacred District. From there, they could see the huge stone tower in the distance, which was the domain of the Divine Feather School. The 3 of you, because there are some matters that need to be taken care of within the sect, I've made you all wait. I'm very sorry. An old man with kind eyes suddenly appeared behind Chen Xiang and the others and asked with a smile. This old man was an elder of the Divine Feather School who was mainly in charge of managing business. His name was Luo Qi. Elder Luo, it's all right. This time, we brought a lot of Biyuan. I wonder if you guys can buy them all. Hong Xia smiled apologetically. Luo Qi looked at Chen Xiang and did not immediately discuss the deal, but asked, Is this your alchemist? That doesn't look like it, but for him to be able to follow you, I think it should be him, as expected of someone who cannot be judged by his appearance. Elder Luo, if we can come to a conclusion this time, I still have a small transaction. I think your leader might be interested. Chen Xiang laughed heartily, giving people a feeling that he was unfathomable. He said that he had nothing to do with the matters of this world. If you can get him out of the mountain by locking yourself up all day, it would be a good thing for our Divine Feather School. Ling Qin. The meaning behind his words was to tell Chen Xiang that only some extremely extraordinary things would be able to cause their leader to be interested. Chen Xiang was very confident in the items in his hands and felt that it would be very easy to meet the leader. He smiled at Luo Qi, then looked at Red Cloud and Ji Linger, indicating that they could sell those Biyuan Danas. Chen Xiang was very confident in the items in his hands and felt that it would be very easy to meet the leader. He smiled at Luo Qi, then looked at Red Cloud and Ji Linger, indicating that they could sell those Biyuan Danas. Elder Luo, you should remember that we mentioned before that we would bring a batch of Biyuan Dan later. Red Dawn took out a storage bag. Luo Qi nodded his head. I heard that you all bought a large amount of Biyuan Dan's medicinal herbs, and didn't expect you guys to find a group of outstanding alchemists to refine the pills to sell. This is indeed a good way to earn holy stone. Only the profits are not high. Hong Xia gave a sweet smile and Pa-S, said the storage bag to Luo Qi. I wonder if you can buy them all. Both Ji Linger and Red Cloud knew that their profits were shockingly high because from beginning to end, Chen Xiang was the only one who refined the pellet, and the amount of pellets produced and the refining speed was extremely terrifying as well. After Luo Qi received the storage bag, he saw that there were 80 big jade boxes inside. He took out one and placed it on the ground. Although he had not opened the big box, he was surprised at the number of Biyuan Dan inside. The moment he opened the lid, a piercing green light shot out. The thousands of Buendan-S inside were like many jade beads that were emitting light. Last time, Red Cloud and Linger had brought over 1,000 Buendan, but there were still many big boxes like these inside the storage bag. There are 1,000 pills in each box, a total of 80,000 pills. Linger smiled slightly. Elder Luo, please take a careful count. If your Divine Feather School wants to eat these 80,000 Buendan, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Qi took out the 80 big boxes, counted them one by one, and then exclaimed, "Of course we can eat them. It's just that we haven't seen such a big deal in a long time. Your alchemist is really outstanding, able to refine a batch of high-quality Buendan in such a short period of time. You guys wait here. I'll go get some holy stone. I don't have that many on me. The price should be the same as last time." "Yes, 200 kilograms of holy stone." Red Cloud nodded. After Luo Qi left, Hongxia and Linger's hearts became a lot more at ease. Previously, they were still a little worried that Luo Qi wouldn't take so much in one go. After half an hour, Luo Qi returned with a set of storage bag S. Inside, there was a huge pile of 16 million Jin Holy Stone S, which Hongxia and Linger were responsible for counting. "We will continue to cooperate in the future." Laughed, Buendan were a type of rare pill. To be able to stock up a batch, it was definitely not a loss. Furthermore, the quality of these pills were all very high. "Elder Luo, if I have a type of holy level medicinal ingredient, can I directly talk to your Divine Feather School S?" Chun Xiang suddenly asked. Holy level medicine ingredients, no matter where they were extremely expensive and rare. Even if they were useless to him, if there was a chance, he would try his best to seize them. "You're willing to give it to me?" Luo Qi was a little shocked. He could already tell that Chun Xiang seemed to have something urgent when he saw their leader. "If he can help me with something, I can give it to him as a gift." In order to make Luo Qi believe it, Chun Xiang had taken out a blood linglong fruit. Luo Qi had managed such a large industry in the Divine Feather School. He would definitely be able to recognize this blood linglong fruit. This was a holy healing fruit, able to strengthen the blood in one's body. Linger and Hongxia were both shocked as they looked at the red, crystal-like round pearl in Chun Xiang's hand. Hongxia exclaimed, "It's a blood linglong fruit. This is a holy fruit." Luo Qi took a deep breath and said, "Follow me. I will bring you to see Leader." Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to Linger and Red Cloud, telling them to settle the matters regarding the house, and then reunited here. The 16 million strong holy stone were all placed in their hands, transferred by them, allowing them to purchase even more medicinal ingredients, which were of the 4th grade of immortal grade. Luo Qi brought Chun Xiang into a teleportation room of the Divine Feathers Tower. Through the transmission array, they teleported to a place that seemed to be the belly of the mountain. Chun Xiang thought that the Divine Feather School's leader would be inside those tall and big stone towers, but he never thought that it would be inside a cave. The construction of this place was very rough, as if the inside of a mountain was hollowed out, and then a few caves were dug out from the uneven stone walls. "Wait here, I'll go talk to Leader." Luo Qi walked quickly towards a cave, leaving Chun Xiang standing alone in the middle of the cave. After a long while, Luo Qi finally came out with a nod of his head. "You can go in now. Our leader wants to talk to you." Chun Xiang politely smiled at him, then walked into the cave. In his eyes, the leader should be a being at the same level as the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, but the place he lived in was so simple and crude. Kept walking forward even after entering the dark mountain cave. He still could not feel the aura of a strong pract. Tioni are even here, so it would be quite difficult for a strong individual to conceal the powerful strength within his body. At the end of the cave, there was a Sias and bright stone room. Judging from the decorations, it should be a living room with a few chairs. Beside a simple and crude stone table, there was a middle-aged woman in a plain white dress. Although she was not beautiful, she did not have any Blee temperament, just like an ordinary woman in a village. Her skin was not very good. Some were rough, and there were fish tails at the corners of her eyes. He was a very ordinary person. The only thing he gave others was that she looked very comfortable. When she saw Chen Xiang, she even smiled. It was a very kind and gentle smile. "Please take a seat." "You're welcome." The middle-aged woman politely made a gesture. Her voice was somewhat hoa, R-S-E, and her voice was also somewhat hoa, R-S-E. It was as if she had not spoken for a very long time. Chen Xiang was secretly surprised. He never thought that leader of the Divine Feather School would actually be a woman, and how ordinary it looked. "Brat Chen Xiang, greeting senior." Chen Xiang immediately bowed. He was sure that the woman in front of him possessed power as terrifying as that of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, because when he saw the white tiger back then, he had the same feeling. "Sit. Don't call me senior. My name is Feng Yujie. You tell me to call me Aunt Feng." After Feng Yujie invited Chen Xiang to sit, he poured a cup of clear water for him. Chen Xiang could not understand why would lead such a life. "Aunt Feng, I have a very important matter that requires your help." Chen Xiang got straight to the point. "I heard from Luo Qi that you guys are selling us with a lot of immortal pills, and that you even have blood linglong fruits." Feng Yujie slightly smiled and also sat down, looking at Chen Xiang seriously. Chen Xiang nodded. "Aunt Feng, can you?" Feng Yujie interrupted him and smiled. "You must be from the 9 heaven world." "Yes." Chen Xiang replied. "Yes." Chen Xiang replied. "Can you tell me how that world is faring now? I'm quite curious. The 9 heaven world should not be able to recover so quickly, but you can refine 80,000 Biyuan Dan in such a short period of time. A genius like you might not even be able to compare to the sacred Dan Emperor in the past." Feng Yujie's face was full of curiosity, waiting for Chen Xiang's reply. Chen Xiang had long suspected that the strong warriors here had interacted with the people of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables before. As for 9 heaven world, I have been here for more than 200 years, and the change there is very fast now. Furthermore, Di Tian is gradually recovering, and the Fire Emperor back then was still half crippled. As for the rest of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, they have not been found yet. As for me, I am an exception. Chen Xiang laughed. As a leader of a Divine Feather School, it was a very normal thing for Feng Yujie to be able to tell with a glance that those 80,000 Biyuan Dan were made by a single person. Feng Yujie chuckled. "Little guy, you're not being honest at all. You're not only successful in creating medicinal pellets." Chen Xiang laughed foolishly. "Aunt Feng, don't tell me that this brat still has some good points. Can you tell me?" After stepping into the immortal becoming realm, Chen Xiang's Dantian had already merged with the divine sensei, so he felt that if he were to conceal himself, he would be like an ordinary person. "Your Dantian is gone, but you deliberately used some energy to send out your aura to confuse others. If I'm not mistaken, you were previously a divine cultivator, and after entering the sacred transformation, your Dantian fused with your divine sensei, which is why this situation occurred." Feng Yujie smiled gently and told her that Chen Xiang was a divine cultivator. Chen Xiang laughed and said, "So that's also considered good." Feng Yujie lightly snorted. "Since you have a request for me, then you should be more obedient." Chen Xiang restrained a smile and said seriously, "All right, since my strength is so much weaker than yours, I will answer honestly. In your eyes, I am just a little lamb that you can kill. How did you come here from the 9 heaven world?" Feng Yujie asked. "I am." Feng Yujie saw Chen Xiang's expression fluctuate and rolled his eyes at him. "Don't lie." Chen Xiang sighed. "Inside the 9 heaven world, I entered a deep underground cave and a teleportation station. I used the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to open a teleportation portal, and arrived here, and then encountered some powerful holy beasts outside. I was lucky enough to escape, and in the end I escaped to a holy stone mine. I was caught by the guards at the mine, but with my help I managed to acquire 3 million kilograms of holy stone S, and hid here to refine pills and earn the holy stone. Feng Yujie was not surprised at all and laughed. A little kid that can get the green dragon demon-slain broadsword is indeed not simple. It can be done over and over again. Aunt Feng, I heard that a few of the great powers here want to attack Nine Heaven World and suppress its growth. Through this, we can guarantee that this absolute monarch sanctuary will not be invaded. Chunxiang asked. He was more worried about this. But you guys don't have to worry. The Nine Heaven World won't be defeated easily, right? Feng Yujie smiled blandly. What are you worried about? You are afraid that others will steal your green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S. Anyone who knows a little about them will know that this blade is for themselves a master. It's useless even if it is isolated from your body. Chunxiang was afraid that after Di Tian reappeared, the evil dragon graveyard that protected the dragon vein would be destroyed. Will you come out to fight when the time comes? Chunxiang asked again. Of course I won't, but since my divine feather school knows how to, I will just stand to the side and watch. Feng Yujie said with a mischievous smile. Cripples of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, dead or dead, missing or missing. When the time comes, you will have defeated them. Chunxiang muttered. Do you really think that only the absolute monarch sanctuary will take action? When the other heavenly regions appear, they will only treat the 9 Heaven World as a battlefield and will only indirectly fight with it. Feng Yujie said. Chunxiang said in a bad mood. You came to our 9 Heaven World to fight. It's not good. Back then, this was how the 9 emperors and 5 venerables was destroyed, wasn't it? Back then, it was due to the existence of someone like 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord. As a result, none of the experts in the other heavenly realms were able to divide up the 9 Heaven World, causing them to suffer a great loss in terms of vitality. The 10 Heaven Supreme Lord had also paid a very painful price, and Di Tian as the main battlefield had even shattered and turned into many small worlds. The look in Feng Yujie's eyes suddenly became very distant, as if he was recalling what happened back then. Now it seems like that kind of thing is going to happen again. Chunxiang said, Aunt Feng, I have satisfied your curiosity. Now we can talk business. Once it is settled, I will give you the blood linglong fruit. Feng Yujie stretched out his hand and said, Show me the blood exquisite fruit. Chunxiang could only take it out. He was a little worried that Feng Yujie would not return it to him, so he held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was so easy to play around with, but it looked like he did not want to return it. Seeing Chunxiang's pained expression, Feng Yujie giggled. You said it's for me, but it's mine now. Chunxiang's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously laughed dryly. Aunt Feng, you still don't know what kind of help I need you to help me with. Tell me, I don't think it will be too hard. I should be able to do it. Feng Yujie was very confident in herself, so she kept the blood linglong fruit. Help me find a pill saint. I want to concoct a sacred pill. I'll pay for the ingredients myself, so I'll give him a decent reward. Chunxiang said directly. For Aunt Feng, this shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Chunxiang's words, Feng Yujie frowned and sighed. I'm afraid that's a little difficult. There's a pill saint in this capital, but I don't even know them, so it's very difficult to find them for you. I'm really sorry that I can't help you. Chunxiang was startled for a moment, but inwardly he sighed. His expression did not look good. He looked at Feng Yujie and stopped speaking. Seeing him like this, Feng Yujie couldn't help but laugh. I won't tease you, I'm just a pill saint. Although I can't find other pill masters for you, I can still help you concoct pills. Feng Yujie chuckled. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem like a middle-aged woman, but instead a mischievous little girl who played with the dead without paying with her life. Chunxiang cursed in his heart, then smiled. Aunt Feng, you're still a child. Feng Yujie's smile became even happier causing Qin Xiang to secretly look down on her. As the leader, she didn't have the slightest bit of an appearance as a leader, causing him to worry for quite a while. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Feng Yujie was a pill saint. Aunt Feng, are you really a pill saint? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like it. In my impression, you should be that white-haired old man. Qin Xiang's face was full of doubt, causing Feng Yujie to scowl and glare at you like a little girl who had lost her temper, causing Qin Xiang to immediately break out in a cold sweat. Aunt Feng, are you really a pill saint? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like it. In my impression, you should be that white-haired old man. Qin Xiang's face was full of doubt, causing Feng Yujie to scowl and glare at you like a little girl who had lost her temper, causing Qin Xiang to immediately break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that Qin Xiang was scared to death, she started to laugh coquettishly, making Qin Xiang have the urge to smash his head into a wall. This kind of old woman, being mischievous, was much harder to deal with than those little girls. Don't tell me that you want me to concoct a batch of holy elixir for you to see. You have to wait and see as well. Feng Yujie said as he took out a silver white pill furnace. This is my pill furnace. You are also a pill refiner. You should know that this is not an ordinary one. Qin Xiang looked at it and laughed. Forgive me for being stupid, but I really can't see any good points. Feng Yujie patted Qin Xiang's head. This is the best pill furnace in the Sky City. It's called the Holy Spirit Treasure Furnace, and there are a few Saint Fire Soulless inside. What kind of holy elixir do you want to refine? You don't have the materials, but with your current strength, if you just eat the holy elixir, you might be able to find some other materials. Feng Yujie pinched Qin Xiang's arm, and a surge of divine power continuously entered Qin Xiang's body. And it's even a golden bone, man. Seeing Qin Xiang's discontent face, Feng Yujie laughed. I just want to see if you can handle the holy pellet. This is for your safety. Take out your holy level medicinal ingredients. Feng Yujie gave Qin Xiang an unreliable feeling, but now he had no choice. Although Feng Yujie was very mischievous, she was indeed a genuine strong of Lord Stage, and Qin Xiang could only choose to believe in her. She was a little mischievous, but she was good. I'm not concocting for myself. I'm just helping people heal. Their dantian is gone, so I need a sacred pill to recover. Qin Xiang immediately explained. Oh, Feng Yujie's eyes turned as he said in shock, there is only one type of this pill, and it is even a recipe that Dan Emperor came up with. I think it's called the Saint Revitalizing Pellet. That's right, the Saint Revitalizing Pellet. Su Meiyao sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, but it attracted Feng Yujie's attention. She immediately poked Qin Xiang's body, making him cry out loud. Brat, is there anyone hiding on you? Quickly release them. There shouldn't be an old ghost hidden, right? Feng Yujie seemed to be angry. Her jade-like hands quickly touched Qin Xiang's body. Su Meiyao replied, It's all right. Tell senior sister and I to go out and explain it to her. There aren't many people who know about the holy recovery pill. She should be a pill saint. Qin Xiang shouted to stop the mischievous Feng Yujie. Aunt Feng, wait a moment. I'll let them out right now. You better not bully them. Give them back. It seems there are quite a few of them. Feng Yujie softly snorted. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu immediately came out of the ring and bowed towards Feng Yujie. Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu said, Aunt Feng. Seeing that two beautiful girls had suddenly appeared, Feng Yujie's expression became a lot more gentle. He looked at Qin Xiang and snorted. So it's because there are two beautiful girls hidden. It was just as Qin Xiang had said. His dantian had been heavily injured, and only by using the holy recovery pill would he be able to recover. Afterwards, the clever Su Meiyao told them about how they met Qin Xiang after getting injured, and that they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The fact that Qin Xiang had gathered all of the ingredients needed to refine the Saint Revitalizing Pellet also surprised Feng Yujie. Fine, but concocting the holy elixir will take a long time. You might not be able to wait for this time, and it's two of them at that. Feng Yujie looked at Qinxiang and said, "Leave them here. Go busy yourself with your own things. I will teach them while I refine pills." Qinxiang was a little reluctant. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were two women that he liked a lot. He felt empty inside as he was suddenly forced to leave him for a period of time. "How about this? I'll take them in as my foster daughters. You should be able to relax now, right?" Feng Yujie laughed. His smile was filled with mischief. Qinxiang had a bad premonition. If this happened, when he was with the two girls in the future, Aunt Feng would definitely make things difficult for him. But Su Meiyao and Bai Yu seemed to be very happy. Qinxiang did not understand why these women would suddenly have such good feelings when they just met. Meiyao pays his respect to Mother. Mother. Bai Yu smiled sweetly, and then looked at Qinxiang with a mischievous gaze. Qinxiang was a little dumbstruck. All of these things happened too fast and suddenly, as if they met a mischievous old woman. Then this old woman became Su Meiyao's and Bai Yu's mother once more. "All right, Aunt Feng, I'll let you raise the two of them from now on. You can also protect them. I feel a lot more at ease." Qinxiang sincerely said, "Of course. Take out those medicinal ingredients." Feng Yujie laughed. "I like these two daughters. From now on their matters are all under my control. I am already this age, and have never been a mother." Qinxiang curled his lips, took out 4 batches of holy level ingredients used to refine the Saint Revitalizing Pellet, and said, "There are 4 of them in total. 3 of them want you to refine them into a Saint Revitalizing Pellet, and the other one is to give you your seat compensation. Although they are already daughters, it is reasonable to say that you can save on the compensation, but they have helped me, and in the future I will have to let you take care of them, so this is my way of being filial." If it was a strong rancor who was the same strength as her, suddenly taking out so many holy level herbs, she would feel that it was more normal. But a little brat like Qinxiang had so many holy level herbs, it made her suddenly think of something. This is all produced by the alive slain method. Feng Yujie took it and looked at it, then asked, "Not exactly, but more or less. But I really need time and energy to do it." Qinxiang looked at Su Meiyao and his sister and gave them a complicated look. Bai Yu walked next to Qinxiang, tightly embraced him for a bit, and even kissed his cheeks. "If you can't wait, you should go back to the 9-heaven world first. At that time, I'll definitely come find you, and at that time we won't be your burden." "You have never been my burden. You are my spiritual support." Qinxiang gazed at Bai Yu deeply. Su Meiyao also walked over and hugged Qinxiang for a bit before snorting, "Little scoundrel, now that we're not with you, you'd better not be fooling around with flowers and GRASS." At this time, Feng Yujie looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, as if he had already seen through his unruly heart. Then he smiled, "You will still be staying here for a while. You just need to rely on your pill refining skills to get some holy stone, and then go back. You can sell them all to my divine feather school. Aunt Feng, your alchemy skills should be very high. When you refine the Saint Restoration pills, can you refine a few of them in one go?" Su Meiyao had already left his embrace and was standing together with Bai Yu. They seemed to have already figured out that Qinxiang had other intentions. How is that possible? Even the Saint Dan Emperor wouldn't be able to do it, let alone me. Feng Yujie shook his head. "Even if you want to save medicinal herbs, you can't." Qinxiang laughed. "I refined 80,000 Buendan. Do you know how many of them I used? Although I can only refine 3rd stage immortal grade Buendan and Yushindan, it would be better if we competed in and met a rare pill saint." When Feng Yujie heard that she wanted to compete with the pill saint in pill refining, she raised her head and laughed out loud. She knew that Qinxiang was good at pill refining, but he had not reached the level where he could challenge her. When Feng Yujie heard that she wanted to compete with the pill saint in pill refining, she raised her head and laughed out loud. She knew that Qinxiang was good at pill refining, but he had not reached the level where he could challenge her. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not think that way. They understood Qin Xiang very well. If Qin Xiang was only competing to refine a level 3 immortal pill, they felt that Qin Xiang had a better chance of winning. On one hand, Qin Xiang wanted to see the pill refining level of this Feng Yujie. Even until now, he still couldn't believe that this Feng Yujie was a pill saint. Qin Xiang saw Feng Yujie's scornful and wild laughter, but he was not angry and asked while smiling lightly, "You look down on me." Feng Yujie retracted his smile and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're still quite good at refining those Biuandan, but you're still too inexperienced to challenge me. It's just a compet. One, tie-in to refine a tier 3 immortal pill, and it won't take up much of your time. Honestly speaking, even a pill master can be considered to be in the 3rd or 9th tier. I feel that your level might not be too reliable." Qin Xiang laughed. He was not afraid of angering Feng Yujie at all, so he intentionally provoked her. Feng Yujie thought for a bit, then laughed. "I'll compete with you, but my time is extremely precious. If you lose, you have to compensate me with the lost time." "What if I win?" Qin Xiang asked. This Feng Yujie obviously wanted some benefits. In Feng Yujie's eyes, he was a big spender with a pile of holy-level medicinal ingredients. Although she was a pill saint, it was not easy for her to obtain some holy-level medicinal ingredients. "So what if you win? Weren't you the one who issued the challenge to me?" Even if Feng Yujie knew that she wouldn't lose, she didn't want to bet with Qin Xiang at all. Qin Xiang took out a phoenix fruit and laughed. "If I lose, this is for you. You should recognize this thing, right?" "Of course I recognize him. Let's start now then." Feng Yujie was secretly delighted. It was just as she had guessed. Qin Xiang still had the precious holy level S and herbs on him. Qin Xiang said, "The rules are set by me, so let's compete in refining the Biuandan. The fastest is the one with the most pills out, and the one with the best quality will win. Moreover, the pill furnace is not allowed to be used." At first, Feng Yujie thought that it was pretty normal, but in the end she frowned. "You don't need a pill furnace. You sure you've already reached that stage?" In other words, Aunt Feng has done the same. Qin Xiang smiled with confidence. Not only did he manage to do it, he could also control hundreds and thousands of magic method furnace at the same time. "Of course I can do it, but it's not easy. I only mastered it when I was refining a tier 7 immortal pill. I didn't expect you to be so much more powerful than I imagined." Feng Yujie took out a large, clean carpet and laid it flat on the ground. "I'll be the one to produce the ingredients." Feng Yujie laughed lightly and threw a jasper gourd to Qin Xiang. This jasper gourd was no different from the ones he had refined before. He suspected that Feng Yujie would refine some pills here from time to time. Su Meiyao laughed. "Then let us be the judges. Are you all ready?" Qin Xiang also suddenly became serious, and the battle intent in his eyes ignited. The two looked at each other for a moment, then nodded at Su Meiyao. "Begin." As soon as her voice fell, Feng Yujie threw the jasper gourd in his hands high up into the air. Qin Xiang did not start, but looked carefully at Feng Yujie. He wanted to see clearly how the pill saint did not rely on his pill furnace to concoct pills. The jasper gourd floated above Feng Yujie's head. She opened her arms and released a snow-white flame that was like LL, wrapping the jasper gourd inside. Qin Xiang immediately activated Chaos Divine Eye and peeked inside the white ball of fire, only to see the jasper gourd quickly being refined. And upon seeing the scene, he immediately released his magic method furnace. He could already see that Feng Yujie's refinement technique was extremely fast, and was probably not slower than him. If he did not hurry up to refine it, he would probably be slower than her. Feng Yujie was extremely interested in Qin Xiang. She had planned to see how Qin Xiang would refine the pill from the very beginning. But who knew that Qin Xiang would actually not take action? Instead, he would look at her. Using divine power to create a pill furnace is indeed a method. Indeed, it requires divine power to do so. Feng Yujie had thought of doing this before, but she felt that it would be slower, so she thought of a way herself. Chunxiang placed the jasper gourd into the transparent magic method furnace, released the 5 elements sacred flame, and burned the jasper gourd. While it was being burned, the 5 elements sacred flame gave off a dazzling and beautiful multicolored light. The heated jasper gourd also continuously emitted a dark green light, orbiting around the pill furnace, allowing people to clearly see the changes inside the pill furnace. As Feng Yujie refined her own Biyuandan, she also observed Chunxiang carefully. To her, Chunxiang's method of refinement was extremely novel, and there were many things that she could learn from him. 5 elements, sacred flame. Your control over fire has already surpa. S said that of many alchemists, Feng Yujie could not help but exclaim. From the beginning to the end, Chunxiang seemed to be extremely outstanding, as though he was truly a good seedling. However, she did not think that Chunxiang could defeat her. Although Chunxiang had defeated her, he didn't think that he would win any treasures. He only had a vengeful heart because Feng Yujie had teased him before and looked down on him. Aunt Feng, you are going to lose. Chunxiang laughed. He had already condensed a very strong divine power and flames, storing them in his body. As long as the jasper gourd started to move, he would be able to use divine flame, flash technique, to instantly refine the jasper gourd. Feng Yujie did not think so and laughed. Aren't you making your judgment too early? I am preparing to enter the core formation stage, and you have just started practicing. You should still be very young, no matter how proficient your control over the foreseeing alchemy is. You are not as proficient as me. Chunxiang laughed loudly. That's right, my control over the foreseeing alchemy is actually very weak. I can only use the foreseeing alchemy to refine the ground-level pills. It's been many years since I've used the foreseeing alchemy to refine pills. As he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly shot out from his palm into the inner part of the jasper gourd, and at the same time, it entered the 5 elements sacred flame. The slightly swaying jasper gourd was struck by the deep power and flames that he had condensed, causing a burst of strong green-colored light to burst out, enveloping the entire stone room in this dark green-colored light. When Feng Yujie saw this scene, her expression suddenly changed. That sudden event happened too fast, and before she could even react, she saw that a ball of air had already appeared within Chunxiang's magic method furnace. Now, even though an hour had not passed, and it had only been a short moment, Chunxiang had actually refined a jasper gourd and directly entered into the core formation stage. This was Chunxiang's superb performance. Whenever he was competing with others, he would perform better than usual. Feng Yujie did not expect Chunxiang's pill refining skills to be so strange. She did not use the foreseeing alchemy, and had even refined the ingredients in an instant. This sudden change put a lot of pressure on her, because she was very sure that Chunxiang would not be able to win against her previously. But she was very confident of winning, because she was a pill saint, and in terms of quantity and quality, she would definitely not be able to compare to a brat like Chunxiang. Feng Yujie did not expect Chunxiang's pill refining skills to be so strange. She did not use the foreseeing alchemy, and had even refined the ingredients in an instant. This sudden change put a lot of pressure on her, because she was very sure that Chunxiang would not be able to win against her previously. But she was very confident of winning, because she was a pill saint, and in terms of quantity and quality, she would definitely not be able to compare to a brat like Chunxiang. Even if Chunxiang was faster than her, if the quantity of pills dropped was less than the quality, he would still be unable to defeat her. In the end, he would still lose and win. Chunxiang was currently only releasing a weak, sacred flame to maintain the temperature of the magic method furnace, allowing him to steadily enter the final stage of the core formation stage. Just like what Chunxiang had done just now, she had also refined that jasper gourd. She was just a bit slower than Chunxiang, so her speed was considered very fast now. The process of condensing the pellet was somewhat difficult, so the two of them did not make any further movements. Both of them allowed the lump of medicine aura and medicinal powder to fuse and then stabilize. It's about time to start. Qin Xiang looked at the magic method furnace's dark green ball of air. With a thought, he released a burst of D power, preparing to cut that ball of mist. Seeing that Qin Xiang could split the mist, Feng Yujia knew that Qin Xiang could also refine the multicolored Biyuan, but she still felt that she would not be able to surpa Qin Xiang. Just as he was about to cut open the barrier, Qin Xiang suddenly released a burst of flames that covered the entire magic method furnace and covered its interior. Feng Yujia cursed at him while gritting his teeth. Qin Xiang didn't want Feng Yujia to see the number of pills he had taken out, in case Feng Yujia would make a move. Feng Yujia also started to cut that ball of air. Just like Qin Xiang, she also released a white flame to wrap it up, carefully carrying it out from the inside. Qin Xiang anxiously used Chaos Divine Eye to look, but Feng Yujia used some strange power to prevent him from peeping. Feng Yujia suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. Although the news of her and Qin Xiang competing in pill refining here would not spread out, but if she really lost to Qin Xiang, this would definitely be an unerasable stain in her heart. But when she thought about how she had won and obtained a phoenix fruit, she didn't lose anything, and her heart became much more balanced. No matter what, the one losing was Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang didn't think so. If he could win against Feng Yujia, he could tease this naughty mature woman from time to time. You seem to be faster than me, but you didn't open the pill furnace. Are you waiting for me? Feng Yujia said, No, I'm letting you win. You are Sister Meiyao, and Sister Yu Yu's mother. I don't want you to lose that badly. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Feng Yujia cursed inwardly. In order to make her lose so badly, he had purposely increased her speed a little. If she still lost, he would make her feel ashamed. In that case, I will make your loss difficult. Feng Yujia controlled the ball of white flame above her to slowly descend and hover in front of her. Watch carefully, don't be scared. Feng Yujia smiled confidently and withdrew the white flames that were wrapped around the Biyuan. The 3 Biyuan floated quietly in the air, surrounded by a faint green mist, like bright green stars in a nebula. Qin Xiang deliberately revealed an extremely shocked expression and shouted in an exaggerated manner. Amazing, as expected of a holy pellet, a jasper gourd can actually refine 3 Biyuan, undefeatable. Brat, stop hiding. Hurry up and let me see the result. Feng Yujia frowned and shouted. Qin Xiang praising her in such an exaggerated manner made her feel like he was belittling her. It made her suddenly feel uncertain. Qin Xiang chuckled. I still need a bit more time. I'll be fine soon. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then with a groan, he retracted the flames that had been wrapped around the pill furnace. Inside, 4 Biyuan appeared. But what was surprising was that these 4 Biyuan all released a strong light. Just like the sun, it was hard for people to look straight at them. It was actually pill light. S face was filled with shock. Even without using a pill furnace to concoct pills, she could produce 4 pills, and there was even a pill glow. At this moment, she was severely injured because she had lost, although there was only a single pill difference, but whether it was in strength or the time of concocting pills, she was much stronger than Qin Xiang, and was actually lagging behind Qin Xiang by a single pill. Qin Xiang waved his hand and let the 4 Biyuan floating in front of Feng Yujia. He laughed proudly. Taste it. Let's see how good the quality is. Feng Yujia exhaled, reached out, grabbed the 4 Biyuan and looked at Qin Xiang with an unwilling face. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were not too surprised. They had already expected such an outcome. You lost. Qin Xiang laughed. How are you? Are you sad? Dam and Brat, don't be see. Kentucky. Feng Yujia looked at Qin Xiang with hidden bitterness and was slightly angry in his heart. This was because Qin Xiang clearly wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Qin Xiang said with a serious face, Aunt Feng, you are a pill saint. Even if I went out and told everyone that I defeated you, they would not believe me. So don't worry, I won't go around and ruin your reputation." He tossed the phoenix fruit in his hand and laughed. "This fruit is not that easy to obtain." Seeing Feng Yujia's defeated expression, Qin Xiang laughed loudly before walking out of the cave and entering the transmission array. When Luo Qi saw Qin Xiang smiling so happily, he did not know what had happened. He did not ask further, but rather activated the transmission array and left. "Meow Yu, what method did that D.A.M. and kid use, do you know?" After Qin Xiang left, Feng Yujie anxiously asked. The displeasure on her face had disappeared. As though she did not lose just now, she revealed a brilliant smile. "This? Of course I do, but it's a bit difficult to learn." Su Meiyao said. She had studied purification before, but her divine power was too weak. She was still unable to learn it. "Can you teach me?" Feng Yujie held Su Meiyao's hand and said softly, "Do you want to get the little demon's consent?" Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. "Of course not, but he is the creator of this pill refining technique. If you use it, he will definitely have something to say in the future when he opens his mouth, saying that you are his successor or something." Feng Yujie chuckled. "This time I'm not afraid. I've lived for so long I'll lower myself to the same level as that brat. And just did what I did for him a moment ago to make that little brat feel proud. I didn't lose anything." Qin Xiang left. If he knew Feng Yujie had such a state of mind, he would not be in a good spot. "Little naughty dragon, they're not here anymore. We can do whatever we want from now on." Qin Xiang said to Long Shui with a smirk on his face, "Who's with you? Quickly go to that new house and go with those 2 holy girls." Long Shui laughed. "If you eat them, I won't tell anyone else." Qin Xiang wandered around the central area and found the address that Hong Xia and Ji Linger gave him. He came to a relatively quiet area. Qin Xiang wandered around the central area and found the address that Hong Xia and Ji Linger gave him. He came to a relatively quiet area. This is the place. Not bad. Qin Xiang took in a deep breath of the fragrant air, absorbing a lot of the Holy Spirit power. The Holy Spirit power in this place was really much denser than in the cave. Qin Xiang knocked on the door. Previously, Hong Xia and Ji Linger had said that they had their eyes on this place. If there were enough holy stone, they would buy it. Red Cloud, who had opened the door, smiled joyfully. "Big boss, please come in. This place is ours from now on." Qin Xiang smiled as he walked in. The moment he stepped into the door, he sensed that there were a lot of powerful formations, which made him even more at ease. He could not help but worry that there would be people intruding, so he didn't need to worry that the commotion inside would attract too much attention. "Have you seen that leader?" Ji Linger asked anxiously. "Yes." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "She is a woman, a pill saint." Hong Xia knew a little about the relations. HI+P between Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. Qin Xiang had told her before that she needed a holy pellet to help heal her 2 benefactors. Then wouldn't it be easy for them to come over? Ji Linger said happily. But they will be with that pill saint for a while now. I might not be able to return with them, but they should be able to come back for you guys once they recover." Qin Xiang laughed. He was very happy that Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could recover. Red Cloud asked, "Your wish has almost been fulfilled. What's next?" Qin Xiang stood in the yard and looked at the endless blue sky. He thought for a moment and said, "Continue to refine pills, I will continue to refine Tier 4 immortal pills. And at that time, I will bring back 20 million genes of holy stone. You guys can tell me how much you want." This. Hong Xia and Ji Linger were a little hesitant. They obviously wanted a lot of things, but they knew that Qin Xiang was in a hurry to return. 20 million kilograms each should be enough for you guys to use for a long time, and you must make good use of these holy stone to raise your strength. Who knows when I will need your help? Qin Xiang helped them talk about a certain number. this is too much. Originally, they thought that Chanxiang would only help them get a few million gene, holy stone at the most, because he had even helped them buy this mansion. Although they still had 10 million gene of holy stone, that was Chanxiang's property, so they did not dare to take it for themselves. The more the merrier. Right now, through the Divine Feather School, you guys should think of ways to buy as many Tier 4 immortal pills and herbs as possible, preferably at a cost of 1 pill. Also, buy some Heavenly Dragon GRA, S, and Sacred Animal Fruit, and bring them back as well. Right now, Chanxiang was not afraid of doing too much, because with the help of the Divine Feather School and with his relations, I+P with that Feng Yujia, he thought that if he met with any trouble, Feng Yujia would definitely help him out. Let's talk about this after we familiarize you with the house. Ji Linger held Chanxiang's hand and led him to walk around this relatively large house. Red Dawn followed behind them and started to think about how they could complete Chanxiang's request. Right now, they had 5 million Holy Stone S, so they had to make good use of them. Chanxiang played with the beautiful Holy Maiden for an entire day before letting them go to do something. At this moment, he came to a relatively large secret room underground. It's not a problem to accommodate 100 magic method furnace. Chanxiang estimated that if it were not for the dense Holy Spirit Qi inside the Holy Stone that he had his eyes on, he would have gone back a long time ago. That batch of Holy Stone was very useful to him. So if he took back the 9 Heaven World, it would definitely be a large amount of wealth. I wonder how 9 Heaven World is doing now. Long Shui muttered, right now, the 9 Heaven World's tempo is very fast. Maybe the sky and earth have already turned upside down. Maybe Ditian has already returned. Chanxiang replied, I haven't gone back for more than 200 years, so I don't need this bit of time. Red Dawn and Ji Linger had been out for 3 days, and she had brought back a lot of Sacred Animal Fruit S, but there were less Heavenly Dragon GRA SS. However, it was already enough for Long Shui to eat. In the next few days, Chanxiang spent all his time refining Sacred Animal Dan and Tianlong Dan. Hamxia and Ji Linger traveled all over the large sky, buying Jasper Gourd and Tier 4 immortal pills as medicine. Everyone thought that there might be another power that was born, like the Super Holy School. Ji Linger and Hamxia went out for more than a month before returning. They bought a large amount of Buyuan Dan S and herbs, as well as some 4th-grade immortal pills. 75,000 Jasper Gourd. If you count them against 4 in one furnace, you would probably be able to sell them for 60 million kilograms. Red Cloud said. Chanxiang took the storage bag and looked at it. From now on, all of you should train well and wait for a while. Chanxiang was a little excited. As long as he finished refining these, he would be able to return to the 9 Heaven World very soon. Arriving at the secret room, Chanxiang looked at the Sias place and said with a smile, This is a better place to start, as it will allow me to release even more magic method furnace. He did not plan to refine any Tier 4 immortal pills. After selling the Buyuan Dan, he would immediately return to the 9 Heaven World. He was worried that there would be a huge change and that his friends would be in danger there. During this month, when he was refining the Tianlong Dan and Sacred Animal Dan, he had gotten used to refining them with 100 magic method furnace. He could control them, but if he continued refining, he would be very tired. Once he stepped into the immortal becoming realm, he would have to rely on concocting pills to gradually stabilize his cultivation. If he was not in a rush to return, he still wanted to increase his strength here. Refining 100 batches of Buyuan Dan in 2 hours, refining for 20 hours every day would make it 1,000 batches. Even if there were more than 70,000 Jasper Gourd at his current pace, it would not be long before they were refined into Buyuan Dan. 3 months later, he came out of the secret room. All those Jasper Gourd had been turned into Buyuan Dan by him, and right now he was already proficient in the G-Ode Fire Flash technique. If he met any suitable pills, he could very quickly produce them. Ji Linger and Red Dawn were both cultivating in the secret room. After Qin Xiang came out, he did not disturb them, but went to take a bath himself. After sitting in the hall and waiting, he thought about what he had to do after returning to the Nine-Heaven world. He must obtain the alive slain method from Heaven's sacred district. He had already understood that even if there were high-level medicines, they were all extremely expensive and there weren't many of them. If there was a live slain method like LV Chilian who could make the spirit liquid and fuse with his creation divine liquid, then he would be able to quickly replicate a large number of high-level medicines, or even holy-level medicines. Qin Xiang waited for half a day before Ji Linger and Red Cloud came out. When they saw Chan Xiang sitting in the hall and leisurely drinking tea, they knew that he had already refined all of the jasper gourd into Biyuan Dan. Qin Xiang waited for half a day before Ji Linger and Red Cloud came out. When they saw Chan Xiang sitting in the hall and leisurely drinking tea, they knew that he had already refined all of the jasper gourd into Biyuan Dan. On the small table beside Qin Xiang, 2 storage bags were placed. I won't be going this time. You guys should be able to settle it, right? Qin Xiang looked at the 2 storage bags on the table. Because Qin Xiang was about to leave, they did not expect him to refine so many jasper gourd. The time it took for this to happen was so fast, they had thought it would take even longer than the last time. The 2 ladies did not say anything, picked up the 2 storage bags, and quickly left. Chan Xiang waited for more than 2 hours before they returned. They handed over a storage bag to Qin Xiang. Inside, it were 30 million kilograms of holy stone. Are you leaving today? Ji Linger's face was filled with reluctance. And the faster the better. What transmission array do you have here that can teleport me to the outermost realm? Qin Xiang nodded and pulled Ji Linger into his embrace. We will meet again in the future. The Red Clouds also came over and hugged Qin Xiang. Take care. The same goes for all of you. Qin Xiang laughed. Hong Xia told him that there was a transmission array inside the Divine Feather School that could be teleported to the border regions of Tindu. After Qin Xiang bid the 2 girls farewell, he rushed to the Divine Feather School. He had originally planned to greet Su Meiyao and the others, but he did not go. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would return. The relations, HI plus P between Qin Xiang and Divine Feather School was not bad. Feng Yujie, the leader, had also told him to treat them well, so he came to the transmission array very easily. This is a one-way transfer, so you should think about it properly. At that time, with your current strength, coming here will not be easy. Luoqi laughed. He already knew that Chan Xiang was someone from the Nine-Heaven world. Let's begin. If I want to come back in the future, there's nothing that can stop me. Qin Xiang cupped his fists towards Luoqi. Take care. When Luoqi activated the transmission array, a flash pass said Qin Xiang's eyes, and he felt his body quickly falling. He actually appeared high in the sky, but he could already see the faint golden screen of light. Back then, Qin Xiang had pass said through a layer of and arrived here, then he had encountered those holy armored lion. After arriving on the surface of the ground, Qin Xiang immediately rushed towards the light screen and followed the light screen to search for the transmission array. After finding it, he teleported to the other side, where the light curtain covered the light golden light. He's coming. Chan Xiang followed his memories and ran towards the teleportation station that only he could use. There wasn't much change in this place. The teleportation station was still standing, enveloped by a powerful barrier. He took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Only then was he able to step into the barrier that protected the teleportation station. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly saw a stone tablet next to the barrier. There were a few words on it. He took a look and silently cursed, because this was the message that Huang Jintian had given him. This old lunatic looks like he couldn't make it back in time. He's trapped here. He can only go back when I show up. Qin Xiang threw the stone tablet to the ground and sat on the teleportation platform, waiting helplessly for Huang Jintian. He guessed that Huang Jintian would come here every so often to take a look. Long, Shui laughed. In the 200 years that he's trapped here, he might be able to fish up a lot of good stuff. This old lunatic is just like you, cunning and scheming. My patience is limited. If I can't wait, I'll let him stay here temporarily. After all, there are less 9 heaven world here, so he won't mind. Chen Xiang said in annoyance. Just as he was about to go back, he saw Huang Jintian's message, making him have no choice but to wait here. It was as though he was about to pee. S off when he was suddenly stopped. Chen Xiang was bored. He could only take out the pill furnace to concoct the pills, and at the same time condense more creation divine liquid S. He had some immortal grade for medicinal ingredients, but not many of them, and he did not know when he would return. So he had to look for LV Chilean to retrieve her spirit liquid and duplicate some level for immortal medicinal herbs. He waited for a month, and finally Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian was very spirited. When he saw Chen Xiang sitting on the high teleportation altar, he started to laugh maniacally even from far away. It's been more than 200 years. I thought a little kid like you had died. Huang Jintian stood outside the barrier and laughed out loud. Not only are you not dead, you've even become very powerful and entered the immortal becoming realm. Chun Xiang looked at him in annoyance. Master, aren't you dead yet? How have you been all these years? Huang Jintian laughed. I am together with Mauer. With the help of this little cat, I can barely survive. Chun Xiang snorted. You must have ordered him to help you kill holy beasts all day long, right? Let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and bring me in. Huang Jintian shouted. I originally came here every few months, and every few years it just so happened that you ran into me at the time I came back. Otherwise, you would have waited for a few more years. Chun Xiang walked down the teleportation platform, curled his lips, and said, Don't worry, I'll only wait 2 months at most, and then leave. Who has the patience to wait here for so many years? D.A.M.N. Brat, I'm your master. Huang Jintian really wanted to ruthlessly hit Chen Xiang on the head, but he was helpless as there was a powerful barrier separating them. Chen Xiang walked out of the barrier and took out his divine tripod. He said, This is the only way to get you out of here. Huang Jintian knew that Chen Xiang, this divine cauldron, was specially used to store corpses and so on. His expression became a little unnatural. That's decent enough. It'll only take an hour at most. Chen Xiang said, Hurry up. If I wasn't in a rush to return to the 9 heaven world, I would have continued to stay in Tindu. What? You're actually in Tindu City? You brat. You've been living there for over 200 years. I'm being chased and beaten up by Saint Beasts all day. There are many times where I almost died. This is too unfair. Huang Jintian scolded as he jumped into the divine furnace. Chun Xiang shrunk the spirit cauldron and walked into the enchantment. He climbed onto the teleportation platform and pierced the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword through the hole, opening transmission array and returned to the stone room at the bottom of the Meteor Mountain range. After coming to the surface, Chen Xiang looked around and did not feel any changes. The only difference was that the flowers and plants here had increased, so he released Huang Jintian. Master, is there any big change in the 9 heaven world? Why do I have a bad feeling about it? Chen Xiang looked around him and felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. Huang Jintian pinched his fingers, as if he was calculating something, and his face became extremely serious. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Di Tian has already returned to his position. Damn it, we teacher and disciple have missed that day. Huang Jintian scolded. I wonder what kind of bird it is now. Di Tian really came back, although Chen Xiang had expected it, but he never expected it to be so sudden. Di Tian really came back, although Chen Xiang had expected it, but he never expected it to be so sudden. What will happen now? Chen Xiang asked. Originally, with the powers in 9 heaven world, think of a way to take over Di Tian. I wonder how long the evil dragon graveyard with your dragon fountain can hold on for. Tian will return to his position, and the immortal qi there will be the same as before. The dragon fountain will become a spiritual crystal, and it's more likely to be a celestial jade. Huang Jintian said, I wonder how strong that dragon subduing school of yours is as a whole. After all, it's only been 200 years. Qunxiang and Huang Jintian hurried towards the closest immortal palace to find out more detailed information. After entering one of the immortal palaces, Qunxiang and Huang Jintian learned a lot of shocking news. Originally, many of the major powers of the nine heavens had moved their headquarters to Tian because the evolution there was extremely strong. It wasn't immortal energy, but Holy Spirit energy. Tian had returned more than 20 years ago, and many conflicts had already broken out up there. Among them, the dragon subduing school of Qunxiang had been attacked a few times, and the entire dragon subduing city had been destroyed. But the evil dragon graveyard was extremely dy and had not been broken through. There were still many experts from great powers buried in the evil dragon graveyard, and right now, the place had already become a place filled with an aura of death. This bunch of BASTARDS, sure enough they attacked my dragon subduing school. It was hard to escape from them being outside the evil dragon graveyard. Qunxiang was furious. Don't worry, we're not weak right now. When we go back, we'll deal with it. And it. Huang Jintian patted Qunxiang's shoulder. The 100 Flowers Immortal Palace had already moved to the Tian. The Demon Empress, LV Qinlian, had already set it up on the top, and with the return of Tian, the 100 Flowers Immortal Palace would be able to easily make it up. The main force that attacked the Dragon Subduing School were Qunxiang's previous great enemies, such as Imperial Dragon Race, Fire Divine Palace, and so on. After knowing that the evil dragon graveyard was very dy, Qunxiang felt more at ease. However, he did not go to Tian immediately. I still have things to do here. Master, go to Tian first and help me investigate who attacked me. Wait for me to return, then we can launch a huge counterattack. Qunxiang said, All right. Huang Jintian used the transmission array to teleport to Tian. Qunxiang suppressed the anger in his heart and teleported to the demon Imperial Palace and the devil-suppressing Divine Palace's headquarters. This ancient devil-suppressing Divine Palace is unable to migrate to Tian. The things left behind by the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable should be here. Qunxiang walked into the devil-suppressing Divine Palace and took out a signboard to prove his ident. 1. Tai as Hallmaster. Hundreds of flowers, Heavenly Emperor. Isn't it the Hallmaster who went missing 200 years ago? When a Hallmaster that was left behind saw that jade tablet, he felt his heart shake. This was a Hallmaster that was over 200 years old, and his status was much higher than his. Qunxiang said, I was cultivating in seclusion. I did not expect that it would be 200 years. Furthermore, I have made a big breakthrough. I am here to challenge the Divine Palace Protectors. There were only a few ancient devil-suppressing Divine Palace left to guard this place. When they heard that there was a Hall Master challenging the Divine Palace Protectors, they all took a deep breath, because the Divine Palace Protectors were all very strong. What aren't they here? Qunxiang asked. This. They are all in Tian. You should be going to that place. The Hall Master here said. Qunxiang secretly said to Long Shui, Help me inspect this devil-suppressing Divine Palace. That place is the most secretive and has powerful restrictions. I am too lazy to look for that Divine Palace Protectors. Are you planning to barge in? I like it. Wait a minute. Long Shui laughed and immediately went to investigate. Seeing Qunxiang standing there motionlessly with his entire body ing with fighting intent, the few old fellows here all perspired. Qunxiang entering the immortal becoming realm, merging the GO, D power, and Saint force, adding the powerful body of Heavenly Sage. His strength was deep and unfathomable. The moment he stood there, just releasing his aura, it would cause them to be unable to breathe. The experts that were guarding this place were all gathered in Ditian. Although the ones that were left here were all powerful immortal kings, they were all nothing in Qin Xiang's eyes. This devil-suppressing divine palace has 100 floors in total, but the upper part is added at the end, probably to cover up the things that are hidden in the middle. It should be on the 50th floor. Long Shuai said, "Let's take the stairs. There is a powerful array outside protecting us. It is more difficult to enter from the outside." Chun Xiang nodded and then rushed up the stairs. Seeing Chun Xiang suddenly going in, those elders were shocked and hurriedly tried to stop him. But Chun Xiang was already nowhere to be seen. "It is forbidden land up there. Quickly inform divine palace protectors and the Lord Hallmaster that this fellow is crazy." An old man shouted. The lower floors were all normal, and there were many rooms of various sizes. But when Chun Xiang reached the 50th floor, it was completely empty, and in the middle, there was actually a black metal chest. This thing looks very familiar. Chun Xiang saw the coffin-like black chest and couldn't help but exclaim, "I've seen it in the evil divine palace. The boxes that the evil emperor left behind are exactly the same." In a flash, Chun Xiang arrived beside the black box. There was a groove there from the lines on the groove. Chun Xiang could clearly see that it was possible to put the holy devil-suppressing seal down. There were many people Russ. Plussing over from below. Chun Xiang did not care about them. He took out the holy devil-suppressing seal and placed it into the groove, only seeing a black box flash and became a jade box. It's exactly the same as what evil emperor left behind. Back then, there was a method to go to heavenly evil realms box. Could it be that devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable also went to a heavenly realm? Chun Xiang opened the lid, and inside there was a 7-story golden peg. Oda. At the bottom of the box, there were many spirit, grain S, and some ancient characters. The demon G. D's suppressing peg. This should also be a good item that the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable has. Why didn't he want it after he went to the heavenly realm? Chun Xiang was extremely suspicious. He kept the jade box, but at that moment, a group of people had already rushed over. So fast! Chun Xiang looked at a middle-aged man dressed in golden armor and laughed. "You must be divine palace protectors." As the divine palace protectors here, he obviously knew that there was a black coffin in the middle of this place, but it had disappeared now. This caused him to be shocked in his heart, because the black coffin was very difficult to move, and the strongest among them had once tried to lift it, but they were unable to do so. But now it was missing. This could only mean that this person had something to open the black coffin. As for the thing that opened the black coffin, it was only the holy devil-suppressing seal. Because of how powerful the black coffin was, the experts of the devil-suppressing divine palace thought that the powerful treasures left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable were inside. Now that they saw the black coffin being SNATC head away, their hearts were filled with jealousy and anger. What about the black coffin? The divine palace protectors asked angrily, "Among my storage magic treasure, I originally planned to first challenge you guys before taking them away, but I was too lazy to look for you guys at Ditian, and there weren't any powerful people guarding this place. Thus, I came up myself." Chun Xiang smiled. He actually laughed when he took away such a precious thing in this place. There was only one divine palace protectors that had arrived, and his strength was only at the first cycle of the sacred transformation realm. "How did you open it?" Divine palace protectors had already taken out a sacred sword, and his face was ice cold. To dare to charge in and take their sacred artifact. This was a great humiliation to them. Chun Xiang took out the holy devil-suppressing seal, changed back to his own appearance, and laughed. "It's precisely used to take away this thing. I have the holy devil-suppressing seal, but it's the hall master of the devil-suppressing divine palace. It's just that you guys won't admit it." Chun Xiang. The old men behind him were all incomparably shocked. They had always thought that Chen Xiang was hiding inside the evil dragon graveyard, but he actually appeared here. That's right, I'll give you guys a chance. As long as you recognize me as the Lord Home Master of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, I can spare your lives. Chen Xiang said seriously. Humph, if you hand the holy devil-suppressing seal over, I can leave you an intact corpse. When the Divine Palace protectors saw the holy devil-suppressing seal, his eyes burned with Pa S. Shaun. Obtaining this was equivalent to obtaining the inheritance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. Chen Xiang's expression turned cold and said in a cold voice, Since you want it, I'll give it to you. He threw the holy devil-suppressing seal in his hands with all his might. When the holy devil-suppressing seal flew over, it suddenly became big, bringing along a terrifying wave of devil-suppressing magic power, causing the entire devil-suppressing Divine Palace to shake as well. Chen Xiang was using D power now, and it was a mortal-becoming realm, which was many times stronger than the previous holy energy. Now, the holy devil-suppressing seal was flying towards him, bringing with it a strong pressure, as if it could crush everything. Sensing the terrifying power, the Divine Palace protectors' face changed, as he anxiously slashed at the incoming holy devil-suppressing seal. The word subdue suddenly flashed out and pressed towards the Divine Palace protector's Cruz, plussing him with a majestic power. The word Zhen pierced through Divine Palace protectors' body without making any sound. The Divine Palace protectors turned into a cloud of smoke, causing the entire place to become deathly silent. Only the crisp sound of the holy sword hitting the ground resounded. Chen Xiang opened his palm, and the holy devil-suppressing seal slowly surfaced from his palm, as if it had fused with his body. Seeing this scene, the elders knew that the holy devil-suppressing seal had already accepted Chen Xiang and had fused with him. One of the old men anxiously shouted, Greetings, Lord Hall Master. I am willing to follow you. Following that, a group of people started to shout out. No one else wanted to die, although they were considered strong in the ninth heaven. But Divine Palace protectors, which was much stronger than them, had already died to the point where not even dregs remained. At this moment, they were extremely afraid of Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang picked up the holy sword and then said indifferently, I remember all of you. In the future, if I see you together with that group of impostors, it would be equivalent to betraying me, and your fate would be the same as that guy. Chen Xiang had the holy devil-suppressing seal in his possession, and also received the majority of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable's inheritance. But he did not want to take over the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. In his eyes, this was equivalent to a mess. The devil-suppressing Divine Palace was not the one that was created at the beginning, and had long deviated from the original intention of establishing in the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. Chen Xiang had the holy devil-suppressing seal in his possession, and also received the majority of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable's inheritance. But he did not want to take over the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. In his eyes, this was equivalent to a mess. The devil-suppressing Divine Palace was not the one that was created at the beginning, and had long deviated from the original intention of establishing the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. However, he felt that it might be LV Chilean who would take over in the future. After all, this was something that her father had left for her, and she had learned even more devil-suppressing kung fu. When this news spread out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Very soon, it reached the ears of Di Tian, who was a gathering of experts. Chen Xiang was the master of that dragon vein, and right now, the dragon vein was being fought over by many great powers. Now that Chen Xiang had appeared, and he even easily killed the Divine Palace protectors, it could be seen that his strength had increased by a lot, causing the great powers to feel some pressure. Because of Di Tian's reappearance, the other 9 days were relatively desolate. Many great powers all moved to Di Tian, who possessed the Holy Spirit Qi and occupied their own territories there, taking over some of the large and small sects that were originally on top of Di Tian. Chen Xiang headed towards the original Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country and came to the 100 Flowers mountain range, searching for the mountain peak that the Grandma LV lived in. He wanted to find Bai Ziqian and tell her about Bai Yuyu's current situation. But that mountain range was no longer there and had been destroyed by someone. Could it be that Grandma LV also went to Ditian? Chen Xiang looked at the endless sky. He knew that Ditian was right above him, but he was too far away from here, so he couldn't see him with the naked eye. Go to Ditian. Long Shui said, It's so lively over there. How can I leave you behind? Besides, it's about time for me to complete my mission. Chen Xiang came to 100-Flower Palace and stepped into the transmission array. You need to find the Imperial Dragon Race for revenge. Chen Xiang was one of the few Bai Long. Her mission was to take revenge on the Imperial Dragon Race, and she had grown up extremely fast following Chen Xiang over the years. That's right. Maybe your sister is already waiting for me. Long Shui said, Yulan as well. Chen Xiang suddenly became a little worried. I also have a grudge with the Imperial Dragon Race. Why don't I go with you guys? No need. Yulan and I are just going to teach the Imperial Dragon Race a lesson first, so they can prepare themselves. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Yulan. Long Shui said, You still don't believe in my strength? When the transmission array opened, Chen Xiang and a few other people were teleported to Ditian. Those people all had the strength of a mortal king. After collecting the spiritual crystal, they immediately rushed to Ditian to take a look at Ditian's eyes. The place he had come to through the transmission array was a relatively ancient city and was not newly constructed. However, to have such a large-scale transmission array, it must have been taken over by a powerful force. He asked around and found out that this was the Flower Emperor's Ditian. From the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country to Ditian, you have come to the territory of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Looks like the Hundreds of Flowers Palace has occupied quite a lot of land. They should be the demon realm of Ditian. Sister Lian has already taken control of this place. Chen Xiang walked onto the street and saw a group of people walking past. Long Shui said, We will separate for now. This is a place that you are familiar with, and you are also immortal becoming realm now. I do not need to worry about you. Chen Xiang laughed and scolded. So it turns out that in your eyes I have always been a child. Speaking of that, I'm actually worried about you. Long Shui and Chen Xiang had interacted with each other for so long, and the two of them had even dual cultivated with the DS join method before, so their relations. I plus P could already be considered to be rather deep since they were husband and wife. Now that they suddenly had to leave each other's side for a period of time, they couldn't bear to part with it, and they were also extremely worried about the other party. I'll be back at 1 o'clock. You have so many delicious things here. How can I bear to leave you? Long Shui laughed and suddenly left the ring. He turned into a wisp of smoke and floated away. There was no one inside the serene jade ring now. Looking at Long Shui, who had disappeared into the distance, Chen Xiang suddenly felt lonely. Only myself. Chen Xiang looked at the majestic palace at the end of the street. Chen Xiang was currently using his own appearance to walk amongst Ditian. He was very confident in his current strength. He didn't need to change his appearance to look like anyone else. It had been a long time since he left Ditian, but many of the older generation still recognized him. Looking at his face, they initially felt that it was hard to believe, because right now, Chen Xiang did not have any kind of aura nor any kind of might. After knowing that it was Chen Xiang, everyone immediately opened up a path, causing the people on both sides of the street to be in discussion. They did not know why Chen Xiang wanted to go to Hundreds of Flowers Palace. There were many reasons why Chen Xiang went to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. One of them was to find the location of the Grandma LV, so he could quickly find Bai Ziqian. The other reason was that he wanted to find LV Qilian and find out where the alive slain method was. When Chen Xiang arrived at the main door of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, he immediately walked in. The guards did not stop him, probably because they had received LV Chilian's orders. When he appeared on the main street, the news had already spread to the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Not long after Qinxiang entered the hundreds of Flowers Palace, he saw little Lizzie and LV Qinlian walking out. LV Qinlian was LV Qilian's younger sister, so the two of them had a very good relations. Hi+P. The little demon empress had long since gone to Ditian to lay a good foundation. So after Ditian returned to his position, the hundreds of Flowers Palace moved up very easily. In the beginning, because of LV Qinlian's battle with a powerful evil Snake King, she was poisoned by the strange poison and was severely injured. In the end, she could not allow her own demon charming association to retreat and secretly developed all over again. Although LV Qinlian was a spirit demon who had transformed into a lotus flower, she did not have a trace of spirit demon chi on her body. She was elegant, sweet, gentle, and lovely, with an aura that was not from the mortal world. Little Lizzie, who was beside LV Qinlian, had a cold face as usual. She did not have a smile and had a head full of short hair that fell to her shoulders. "Sister Lian, I missed you so much." When Qinxiang saw LV Qinlian, she quickly walked forward and hugged LV Qinlian, allowing her delicate body to stick close to him, especially LV Qinlian's well-developed chest, which was squeezed tightly onto his body. LV Qinlian did not expect that Qinxiang would be so cyanate the moment he saw her, holding her tightly and wanting to merge her into his body. Sensing Qinxiang's deep thoughts, LV Qinlian was moved. Her face flushed red as she pouted. "Brat, don't forget about the reflection of my body." LV Qinlian did not expect that Qinxiang would be so cyanate the moment he saw her, holding her tightly and wanting to merge her into his body. Sensing Qinxiang's deep thoughts, LV Qinlian was moved. Her face flushed red as she pouted. "Brat, don't forget about the reflection of my body." Back then, Qinxiang and LV Qinlian had been together for a period of time, and many of the time, the two of them had been intimate with each other, both having feelings for each other. However, once they started to get emotional, LV Qinlian's body would emit a very powerful poisonous scent, and even Qinxiang's devil-suppressing golden body would not be able to resist it. "I'm very powerful now, I'm not afraid. Besides, Sister Lian, you can definitely control those poisonous scent," Qinxiang said while grinning. At this time, he was still carrying away LV Qinlian's fragrant and soft body, unwilling to let go. Little Lizzie had already witnessed Qinxiang kissing with LV Qinlian before, and now that LV Qinlian's sister seemed to have done something bad to Qinxiang's evil hands, she actually looked to be in such a good relations. "Hi+P, let go." LV Qinlian whispered to herself in a sweet voice as she pinched Qinxiang's waist, letting him go from her warm embrace. Qinxiang laughed while looking at little Lizzie. "Little Lizzie, you look all right. After coming back from that sacred domain, you have improved quite a bit." As he said that, he was about to embrace little Lizzie, but little Lizzie avoided it very quickly. "Brat, stop messing around. Quickly go see my sister. She is often praised by me with great difficulty, and I have heard about you saving her and little Lizzie." LV Qinlian pulled Qinxiang's hand and walked towards the great hall in front. Little Lizzie walked in front and asked softly, "You have stayed in that sacred domain for more than 200 years. "Yeah, I got a lot out there," LV Qinlian replied. At this moment, he was holding LV Qinlian's soft and jade hands and saging them lightly. LV Qinlian did not feel repulsed by it. A woman like her who was covered in poison could only be suppressed by Qinxiang's devil-suppressing golden body. LV Qinlian knew this, even though she was a spirit demon. But after transforming, she still had human feelings. She needed men. Entering the great hall, Flower Emperor LV Qinlian sat on a large jade chair. Inside the great hall, she was the only one. When LV Qinlian saw this, she could not help but frown, especially when she saw Qinxiang gently rubbing LV Qinlian's jade hands. She immediately scolded in her heart. She did not expect that this little scoundrel Qin would actually already have acted against her little sister. Seeing her sister's gaze that was off, LV Qinlian snorted lightly and flung away Qin hands. Then he stood beside little Lizzie and kept his distance from him. Qin raised her head and looked at LV Qilian, who was seated at the top of the great hall. She was dressed in a luxurious and dignified golden robe, and unconsciously released a strong pressure. Her expression was solemn and full of might. "You have been to the devil-suppressing divine palace?" LV Qilian asked. She had heard about the matter of the divine palace protectors being killed. "I've been there before. I've already opened the thing left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable." Qin took out the jade box and placed it in the middle of the hall. LV Qilian left the chair, and with a flash, he arrived beside the jade box. He carefully examined the profound and ancient patterns on the box. "Is that the only thing inside the black coffin?" LV Qilian frowned, feeling a little disappointed. Qin took out a small peg. And smiled. "There's still this, but I won't give you this. I promise to help you find the whereabouts of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, but I never promised to give you the treasure that I found." No trace of him. LV Qilian had to desperately save her and little Lizzie time and time again, but she had yet to repay his gratitude. No matter how presumptuous Qin was in front of her, she could not bring herself to be angry at him. Little Lizzie and LV Qilian also looked at the jade box. They were familiar with formation spirit grain, but could not understand what those spirit grain meant. They were closest to LV Qilian, and they already knew that devil-suppressing heavenly venerable was her father. "You don't understand. The spirit grain above can actually set up a transmission array and teleport them to a heaven realm. I just don't know what kind of heaven realm it is." Qin caressed the spirit grain above, pointed to the small ancient characters, and said, "When I was trapped inside the evil divine palace by those TRDS, there was a jade chest left behind by the evil emperor, which also pointed to the heaven realm. That heaven realm is called the heavenly evil realm." Qin said, "You should all know how terrifying the heavenly realm is. Take the sacred domain, for example. The central region is much more terrifying than what you imagine." Little Lizzie said, "Right now there are 2 sky regions that have opened their doors to Ditian and are trying to rope in some of the big powers. Heaven Sword City and the others have all pledged their allegiance to the Ditian, and we have also received the invitation." "I've found the clue, Flower Emperor. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise, right?" Qin said, "This jade chest is for you. Whether or not you want to go to that sky region to look for the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, you decide." LV Qilian took out a storage bag and said, "This is the immortal grade's medicinal ingredient that I had promised to give you initially. It's mainly the first and second stage of immortal grade's Yushindan." When Qin returned from the sacred domain, he brought along a large group of immortal grade 3 Yushindan and immortal grade 3 Bun-dan. However, since it was given to him by the other party, Qin could only smile and accept it. "Right, where is the grandma LV? Do you 2 sisters know?" Qin asked. "I don't know. When our agreement arrives, she leaves by herself. I also want to find her." LV Qilian shook his head helplessly. "I think she should make a move against the higher-ups of devil-suppressing divine palace." "What about the alive-slain method? Can you tell me now?" Qin asked anxiously the heaven-earth killing method. He was only lacking by this much. When LV Qilian heard this, he was slightly surprised. "Sis, you want to pass the alive-slain method to him?" LV Qilian nodded. "This is an agreement between him and me, and he is also very suitable to learn it. Brat, your evil dragon graveyard is being attacked every day. Aren't you in a hurry to go back and take a look?" LV Qilian smiled at Qin as if he was congratulating him in advance for obtaining the alive-slain method. "Of course I will go back. When the time comes, I will let those guys have a good time. Chun Xiang clenched his fist, his face full of hatred. This was the first time LV Qinlian and the other two girls saw him in such a state. However, they were sure that the big powers that had attacked the evil dragon graveyard were going to suffer. Follow me. I will pass the alive slain method to you. LV Qinlian kept the jade chest and lightly called out to Chun Xiang. The alive slain method is with you. Chun Xiang was a little surprised. So you have been lying to me. The alive slain method is with you. Chun Xiang was a little surprised. So you have been lying to me. It's not on me. You'll know soon enough. LV Qinlian walked towards a secret room. But little Lizzie and LV Qinlian did not follow him, and only Chun Xiang went in. Arriving at the secret room, Chun Xiang saw a transmission array. LV Qinlian took off her S.H.I. plus New York golden gown and wore only a waist tied to a skirt. Her light attire made Chun Xiang feel like she was going to fight. Where's Xiao Xiang? Isn't she by your side? Chun Xiang walked into the transmission array and asked. She is in the midst of breaking through to the Saint Soul stage. The number of Sword Emperor inheritances in her body is increasing. She is currently immersed in those profound sword techniques every day. LV Qinlian opened the transmission array and went into a valley. There was a cliff, and carved on it was the profound formula of the alive slain method. Her voice was gentle as she said, "How are you doing in the heavenly domain? Why have you been here for 200 years?" LV Qinlian was very curious about the depths of the heavenly region. She had the ambition to become an emperor, and she knew very well that there were extremely terrifying existences in the heavenly region. Chun Xiang looked at the chants on the cliff, then looked at LV Qinlian. Seeing her red lips, he couldn't help but recall the feeling she had when she violently kissed him. I have been doing very well in the heavenly realm. I met a pill saint, and I even got a lot of these things. Chun Xiang took out a piece of holy stone and threw it to LV Qinlian. LV Qinlian received it and looked at it, then sighed. As expected, it's this kind of holy stone. Back then, the people from the two heavenly regions used this kind of thing to win over many great powers. Back then, they said that they would give me 2 million kilograms every 100 years. Chun Xiang laughed. How could we, the 100 Flowers Emperor, want you? After we take you, we will have their subordinate strength. And in order for them to prevent you from getting rid of them, they will also properly suppress your powers, leaving you all with no choice but to rely on him in the future. That's right. What if it's you? I heard that they plan to use 10 million gene to exchange for your dragon's vein. Will you agree? With these holy stone, you can break through the immortal becoming realm and become even easier. You will soon become a saint. LV Qinlian stared at Chun Xiang with her beautiful eyes. She was very curious about Chun Xiang's answer. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. Didn't I say before I have gotten hold of a lot of these holy stone? And my dragon vein may become a saint someday. When that time comes, I will have endless holy stone. These mere 5 million gene holy stone want to bribe me. They're too naive. Let's not talk about that anymore. Hurry up and get this alive slain method for me. It's up to you. You won't be able to learn it. Chun Xiang urged. LV Qinlian pointed to a flat rock, telling him to sit there so that he could face the cliff face. I don't know if you'll be able to learn it. In short, I spent a lot of effort to get it back then. But my father placed some restrictions on this cliff, and only his relatives will be able to get hold of it easily. It should be easier for you to obtain most of his inheritance. Chun Xiang sat on top of the rock, looking at the dense and obscure incantations, listening to LV Qinlian's light and beautiful voice, and breathing in the spiritual aura of the mysterious valley, allowing him to gradually enter into a strange state. You are a divine cultivator, and I will allow my soul to enter your divine sense sea. You can resist me as much as I can. LV Qinlian's voice had already resounded in Chun Xiang's mind. Yes. Chun Xiang replied, then asked, Big Sis Qinlian, Were you a divine cultivator before you became a saint? No, I only managed to cultivate D soul after becoming a saint. Most people do so after becoming a saint. Have you entered the saint realm yet? LV Chilian was very curious about Chen Xiang's current strength. She knew that Chen Xiang was very strong and could completely restrain his aura, causing her to be unable to see through him. It's just that the immortal becoming realm has been changed. When Chen Xiang finished speaking, he had already sensed that LV Chilian's soul had begun to enter his divine sense. He immediately closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body, as he really didn't want to resist LV Chilian at all. LV Chilian cried out in alarm. In that case, for your sacred energy to fuse with the divine power, that kind of power is extremely terrifying. LV Chilian had already known that Chen Xiang possessed a terrifying amount of holy energy before he had turned into a holy emperor. Now that you know how powerful I am, you can relax. I will definitely treat little Lizzie and Qinlian well in the future. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. If Qinlian, the little poison demon, wants to find a man, I'm afraid in this world. Only I am suitable for her. Say it again. LV Chilian scolded. You really are A-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. What kind of bewitching soup did you actually throw at Qinlian? LV Chilian had already entered Chen Xiang's divine sense and saw that the vast ocean was emitting a silvery white radiance that undulated up and down, looking extremely vast. LV Chilian, who was inside the divine sense, had a face full of astonishment, especially when she saw the 5 beast-shaped heavenly pellets in the divine sense. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Chen Xiang to actually cultivate 5 of them. Your divine sense and soul are actually so powerful. LV Chilian's soul was currently in Chen Xiang's divine sense, and her soul was weaker than Chen Xiang's. She was in a strong divine sense, and it made her feel terrified. Chen Xiang's soul floated up from the ocean, and he had the same evil smile as his main body. Now, Pa-S the alive slain method to me. LV Chilian's expression was full of vigilance. Although her main body was powerful, her soul was not as powerful as Chen Xiang's, let alone the fact that the 5 beast-shaped heavenly pellets contained a very powerful force. She was very weak in this place. What's wrong? Chen Xiang asked. Your soul is as strong as the divine senses. You control everything here. I can't Pa-S down the cultivation technique to you in peace, so you should use another method. LV Chilian said. So it's like this. If you want to leave, then leave. Chen Xiang sighed. I can't leave. LV Chilian tried it out, and his face suddenly became terrified. You definitely don't want me to leave in your heart. This divine sense is controlled by your will, so no matter how you think about it, it will still affect me greatly. Chen Xiang was shocked and asked, Really? Just as he finished asking, LV Chilian screamed because the clothes on her body suddenly disappeared, and her jade body that was radiating holy light was revealed without reservation. Chen Xiang opened his eyes wide, took a deep breath, and greedily looked at this flawlessly beautiful body. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, what are you thinking? LV Chilian's face was filled with anger. She jumped into the silver-white seawater and hid her jade body. Just now, Chen Xiang had only tried it a little, and as he thought to himself, he saw that LV Chilian was not wearing any clothes at all. After fusing with his dantian, he obtained the power of the heaven pellet, causing the entire divine sense to become stronger. As a result, LV Chilian, who had a weaker cultivation in the divine way, could only allow himself to be manipulated by Chen Xiang the moment he entered the divine sense. After fusing with his dantian, he obtained the power of the heaven pellet, causing the entire divine sense to become stronger. As a result, LV Chilian, who had a weaker cultivation in the divine way, could only allow himself to be manipulated by Chen Xiang the moment he entered the divine sense. Do you still want to learn a live slain method? LV Chilian was soaking in the divine sense sea, preventing his body from being exposed. He even covered his upper body with his hands, preventing the spring light from leaking. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry, but wait for me to calm down. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. He had a strange smile on his face. You did it on purpose. LV Chilian clenched her teeth. She wanted to teach Chun Xiang a lesson in her heart. Chun Xiang laughed. You don't have to be so angry. This is only your divine soul. After checking it with my eyes, I can tell that it's slightly different from the size of your physical body. Shut up and let me out. LV Chilian regretted entering Chun Xiang's divine sense. See very much. Just as she finished speaking, she felt herself floating. There was actually a force that lifted her up, allowing her to surface, allowing her to once again be seen by Chun Xiang. You. Stop thinking so much and turn your head away. LV Chilian shouted anxiously. He did not care about being angry anymore. Chun Xiang anxiously turned his head, but LV Chilian immediately floated in front of him, allowing him to once again see her beautiful and naked body. I really didn't mean to. Chun Xiang looked helpless. Seeing LV Chilian, who was so angry that he had nothing to say, he immediately explained, Once I calm down my mind, it will quickly be over. Chun Xiang closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. She no longer looked at LV Chilian's alluring body, no longer imagined some unbearable scenes, and she controlled her mind. Before long, a set of clothes appeared on LV Chilian's body. LV Chilian was also relieved. She was afraid that if this continued, she would cause trouble, and she could understand Chun Xiang's dirty thoughts. Right now, she could only blame herself for telling Chun Xiang those things. If not, Chun Xiang would not have those thoughts. Stop thinking about it. I'll just pretend that what happened just now never happened. She didn't dare to be too strict with Chun Xiang right now either. She was worried that Chun Xiang would have an even more preposterous idea and that it would become her worst nightmare. Chun Xiang hurriedly nodded his head. Hurry up and pass the alive slain method to me. Relax a little. I'll try to see if I can impart my alive slain method into your soul. LV Chilian placed her jade hand on Chun Xiang's forehead. Chun Xiang closed his eyes. Unknowingly, something new had appeared in his memory, causing him to be extremely happy. It worked. Yes, while looking at the chants above the cliff, compare them to the chants that I sent into your soul. This way, you should be able to completely integrate them into your soul. If you want to master the heaven-earth killing method quickly, there's no such stone tablet, so you can only use this method. LV Chilian said, There's a lot of content. It looks like it'll take a long time. Chun Xiang said, Will it delay your business? It's nothing. It's more important that I pass on my skills to you. She sincerely wanted to repay Chun Xiang. Although she was a high and mighty flower emperor, she was also a loyal person. Sister Chilian, why is your soul so weak? Chun Xiang should have been cultivating his soul for a period of time, but he was actually inferior to him. Your soul is too strong. Under normal circumstances, my soul can be considered very strong. I really don't know how you cultivate it. LV Chilian snorted. Thinking back to what happened earlier, she felt embarrassed. S said, S soul had already started cultivating since a long time ago. Cultivating the divine arts was the Imperial Dragon race's powerful 9-turn Dragon G. Oh, D mantra, especially when he was in the 9 transformations, the power of the 9-turn Dragon G. Oh, D mantra could be seen from it. In addition, Chun Xiang often trained with Long Shui inside the divine sense C for dual cultivation with Long Shui's powerful soul. Sister Chilian, I have a spiritual cultivation method. I can guarantee that it can help your soul become stronger quickly. Chun Xiang said, I've been practicing my current cultivation technique for a very long time. Suddenly changing my cultivation technique to another one wouldn't work. LV Chilian was somewhat regretful. My cultivation technique is called the GODS join method. and is a duo cultivation technique. Stop talking. When LV Chilean heard the name, she had already guessed it. She had heard of it before and thought that it was just a legend. She didn't think that there would actually be such a thing. Then forget it, isn't it just a soul? What's the big deal? It's not like it's the main body. Chun Xiang curled his lips. If you want to become a real flower emperor, then the strength of your soul is a must. Your current soul is too weak, so that half-crippled fire emperor is definitely stronger than you. And you still have Imperial Dragon Race's dragon. LV Chilean scoffed. What good is this to you? Your soul is so strong. Even if you practice that technique, the one who will suffer is you, right? This is for your own good. Kindly treat her like a donkey's liver and lungs. Chun Xiang sighed. 3 days had said, and Chun Xiang finally obtained the alive slain method. The next thing he needed to do was to integrate all of the parts of the heaven-earth killing method and circulate them together. Why can't I go out yet? LV Chilean wanted to leave Chun Xiang's divine sense, but after trying for a while, he was unable to do so. You don't want me to leave at all from the bottom of your heart. Hurry up and control your mind. Chun Xiang was startled, then said with a face full of grievance, I don't have that kind of thought, I really do. LV Chilean clenched his teeth. You definitely do, and moreover, that kind of thought is very strong. It has already entered your heart. This is going to be troublesome. Then what do we do? I really don't want to do this. Chun Xiang's face was full of innocence. He also wanted LV Chilean to hurry up and leave his divine sense, so that he could start training in the heaven-earth killing method. He had gathered everything now and really wanted to try it out. How should I know? This is the first time you've encountered something like this, and it might be because of something in your heart. If you don't remove that desire, it will be difficult to dispel that desire in the depths of your heart. LV Chilean thought about something, and an ugly face and a blush appeared on his face. With regards to matters like the soul, without long shui, Chun Xiang wouldn't be able to understand it at all. At this moment, he started to miss long shui. Chun Xiang said, Then can we wait a few more days? I'll cultivate on my own and see if it can make me forget about some things while I cultivate. That way, you can go out when the time comes. LV Chilean was very helpless. When she came, she had expected that it would take a lot of time, so she could only wait and see. Chun Xiang didn't have any evil thoughts right now. He just wanted to quickly cultivate the heaven-earth killing method. In order to not make LV Chilean feel lonely, Chun Xiang did not hide his soul. He started to organize the incantations for the alive slain method, looking for the common ground among the 5 sets of heaven-earth killing method. But he could not find anything because the content was too complicated, too obscure. In order to not make LV Chilean feel lonely, Chun Xiang did not hide his soul. He started to organize the incantations for the alive slain method, looking for the common ground among the 5 sets of heaven-earth killing method. But he could not find anything because the content was too complicated, too obscure. I wonder if the philosophic stone is useful. Chun Xiang took out the philosophic stone and then began to comprehend the heaven-earth killing method. Before long, the ground-killing, celestial slain method, God slain method, beast slain method, and all the chants in his mind started to disperse and then merge together. With the help of the philosophic stone, the scattered heaven-earth killing method started to reform and fuse together. LV Chilean's body was currently seated on a stone beside her, and her soul was still in Chun Xiang's divine sense. Since her soul could not return to her, her physical body was equivalent to having no soul. At this moment, she felt that something was wrong within Chun Xiang's divine sense. Chun Xiang's soul had suddenly disappeared, and the entire divine sense had started to churn. She had no choice but to float high in the sky to avoid being splashed by the seawater inside the divine sense. This little brat, I wonder how he cultivated his heavenly Dan to the beast form, and he even has a spiritual nature. LV Chilean floated in the air, a white tiger that looked like a little kitten suddenly ran to her side. Although it was emitting killing intent all over, its appearance was extremely adorable, causing her to be unable to resist, lifting it up and stroking it gently. These are all heavenly cores in the state of the soul. L.V. Chilian felt that the little white tiger in his arms had a very strong divine soul and couldn't help but exclaim, "If I were to become stronger in the future, by releasing this divine soul, I can quickly condense a body. I wonder how terrifying that would be." Chun Xiang's divine sense only had Hai He Tian. The sky was covered in a layer of white mist. At this time, she was like the divine sense sea, crazily churning and surging. The beast-type heaven pills inside the divine sense were jumping around in excitement. It made L.V. Chilian's heart jump. She had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, but this was the first time she saw someone's cultivation method being so strange. This isn't that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword? L.V. Chilian suddenly saw the divine sense below him. A huge green blade suddenly floated in the air, flickering with green light. It's not a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. It's a green dragon demon-slain broadsword soul blade. L.V. Chilian took a deep breath. As expected of a divine weapon, just that the soul of the blade is so much stronger than my soul. If the green dragon celestial pill had also entered the divine blade, the blade would probably be even more powerful. Soon after, the profound Wu diamond armor also appeared in the divine sense sea, hanging in the sky like a golden curtain in the sky. When Chen Xiang was in the absolute monarch sanctuary, she had revealed the profound Wu diamond armor in front of L.V. Chilian and little Lizzie. Was not surprised at this moment, but seeing a pair of relatively smaller white gloves floating in front of the little white tiger, she immediately guessed what it was. L.V. Chilian had seen this pair of hands many times, but she had never thought of it in that way, and now she was sure that it was the white tiger divine weapon, the Slaughter God's hand. All three of the four symbols, divine weapons as treasures, were actually on Chen Xiang. Could it be that it is related to him? Right now, he is only missing the Qilin divine weapon. But this doesn't exist, right? L.V. Chilian didn't know what Chen Xiang was doing to cause the divine sense to become like this. But after that, the sword spirit of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword merged with the azure dragon's celestial pellet, and the sword spirit of the profound Wu diamond armor wrapped around the black tortoise's body, causing the black tortoise's stiff armor to Hi plus Ne with a golden light. It was all because of Chen Xiang cultivating the heaven-earth killing method that this happened. Chen Xiang did not expect it to happen like this. Why is it like this? Chen Xiang's voice resonated within the divine sense sea. What kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? The changes in the divine sense sea are usually all related to cultivation techniques. This situation wouldn't happen for no reason. L.V. Chilian said. The divine sense sea had already calmed down, but continued to pour in a huge amount of D power, continuously opening up the divine sense sea, causing it to grow bigger and bigger. At this point, the divine sense sea was no longer visible, and it was still expanding. Chen Xiang was still channeling his heaven-earth killing method. But suddenly there was a big movement inside the divine sense sea. The dense white mist in the sky suddenly spread out, revealing a vast blue sky. L.V. Chilian looked up with a face full of surprise. Following that, there was a huge commotion as well. More than 10 mountains appeared, standing tall on a flowery island. As soon as the 5 beast-shaped heavenly cores saw the island appear, they immediately charged down, each occupying a region. Seeing that, L.V. Chilian took a deep breath and exclaimed, Heaven, Earth, Beast, D power, life force, could it be that you have all gathered heaven-earth killing method? This is all thanks to you Pa-S. Sing the alive slain method to me in the end. Chen Xiang did not want L.V. Chilian to know that. You were lying to me before, saying that you only have control over the ground killing. Ha ha! So it turns out that you have already collected the 4 parts of the heaven-earth killing method. That's right, but it took a lot of my effort to collect it. When Qin Xiang saw the elementary form of a small world inside his divine sensei, he became excited and continued to operate the heaven-earth killing method, hoping that the small world would become stronger. That's the only way. Qin Xiang tried for a day, but to no avail. The little world inside the divine sense was alternating between night and day, just like outside. Right now it was night inside, and there were only dozens of dim stars in the sky. It's already enough that all the power that has been gathered within your divine sense has been able to nurture this small world. If the small world inside your divine sense becomes stronger in the future, there will still be divine power being born within it. You don't have to cultivate at all. LV Chilian was extremely envious. Back then, 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord was able to dominate the 9 heavens, and even those heavenly realms were willing to admit defeat because of this state he was in. Qin Xiang's divine sense, suddenly loved to be strong again. When LV Chilian was still unable to go out, it made both her and Qin Xiang very confused. Sister Chilian, how about I pass some heaven-earth killing method to you right now? Qin Xiang said, I might be able to let you out. There's no need. With my current strength, I should specialize in cultivation techniques. Cultivating too much would affect my progress. When I need it in the future, I'll come back to find you. I just want to go out now. LV Chilian sat on the SHRE of the island, hugging his knees, looking at the divine sense undulating on the ground with a sad face. Qin Xiang's divine soul appeared by her side. His face was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't think that things would turn out like this. I was wrong, too. I was too careless. LV Chilian faintly sighed. Why don't we go cultivate the DS join method? It shouldn't have any effect on you. Qin Xiang suddenly said, Humph. So you've always had this thought in your heart. No wonder I couldn't get out. LV Chilian glared at him and said resolutely, No, don't think too highly of yourself.